Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Everybody's talking about the budget, meaning the federal budget, right, with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. What about Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania lawmakers, a lot of finger pointing this season in Harrisburg. I've said to you that the state budget should have been finished by June 30th. It is the governor of Pennsylvania's job. I mean, one of his main jobs, right, to present the budget, get her done. We've had these conversations. The media, have you noticed this? Not really reporting a whole lot on how we are affected across Pennsylvania by the lack thereof with a budget. Let's welcome in our president, our own president of the Senate here in Pennsylvania, Senator Kim Ward. Good to have you here once again.
Good morning. Good
morning. So what's going on here? I've been talking about this. We talked about this in the past, Kim, as far as you had even mentioned with back when Rendell was governor, that he would always work with both sides, get things done, smooth things out. Now we're heading into month 4, still no state budget. So what are the sticking points, and what does it mean for every Pennsylvanian?
So, it is hard to really define at this point what the sticking point is. I mean, it's definitely a number. It's definitely a spend number. But if you're going to ask us here in the Republican-controlled Senate to vote for a number that we're not really that comfortable with, we better get something that's very positive in the policy realm to, kind of make up for that. Because this is a compromise issue. It should be a compromise issue. But, so far, it's eluded us. So the bill that we passed August 12th from the Senate, sent it over to the House. They deep sixed it. They revived it, and now it's sitting in appropriations. It's already had 2 readings. They can today, if they wanted to, amend it, send it back. They could send it to the governor. They could make a move with it. So it's sitting in the House in approps. Doesn't spend what they want. It was based on last year's number until basically we could get through to have more compromise. But by letting that bill go, getting it to the governor's desk, it frees all the funding at last year's level, but it still frees all the funding. So I don't think in my time here, even though we've had late budgets later than this, I've never seen anything quite like this. You got a governor who kind of says, I can sign a budget, but other than that, I'm just going to wash my hands of all of it. You do it. And that really hurts to not have a leader in that office that will work to get this done. A governor who, he has every bit as much input into this budget as everyone else. He can't just wash his hands and walk away. It hurts because it hurts the process to have somebody not at the table talking to the Democrats. Rendell would have talked to the Democrats. Governor Wolf talked to the Democrats. Get them to work with us on board. We've had split government before. This is not a unique situation to have a split government. But this process has been kind of unique in that I do believe that Governor Shapiro and Governor Bradford both just want 102 Democrat votes in the House. They could care less if they get a Republican vote. And I'll tell you, if they send us a bill without Republican votes that have 102 Democrat votes, that will die immediately in the Senate. That's not a compromise. They have said things to us like, why should we pay attention to you? You can't get 26 Republican votes. Well, it's a budget. We never get every Republican vote. Mm-hmm. It's just they're very, very, very digging their heels and very, very difficult. Very, very difficult.
So a couple of things that I want to go through, and that is, number one, I've been reporting on, for example, Treasurer Stacey Garrity, who's obviously challenging Shapiro on the Republican side. So she has made sure and moved around some money for Head Start programs and things of that nature. And I've been reporting on that one, Head Start programs remaining afloat. And we've talked about cash-strapped schools. I also wanted to get into this other story that I had touched on yesterday. And this was the Delaware Valley Journal had been reporting that it is October, obviously, Cancer Awareness Month. PA Breast Cancer Coalition naming Governor Josh Shapiro the Pink Ribbon honoree, or one of them, for Pennsylvania, and at the same time being criticized because Shapiro apparently calling for cuts in breast cancer screenings for women. Just your reaction to that story and whether or not that had was something that was being talked about in the Capitol here in Harrisburg.
We have not been talking about that. Actually, it was just something that's really been under the radar that most of us hadn't even seen. I think that story, I know what it did. It really surprised me. It disappointed me. We all know, and that includes Governor Shapiro. He knows how important early detection is. I am a survivor. I was late with my mammogram during COVID. I know it's important that we get these done on time. This is women's health is not an issue to play politics with. The governor, as the governor, though he denies it, he has the ability to decide what is health and safety for the citizens. He gets to decide that because during a budget impasse, we can still pay out for health and safety. He would just have to send that to the treasurer, should make sure it was, everything was cool, and send the check. Mm-hmm. But breast cancer is one of the ones that he didn't do. They did do others, but they didn't do that. So that's his choice. He should be embarrassed that he would use women's health in a budget crisis. He has the ability, again, as a governor, to get those funds released under health and safety.
And so for Republicans, one of the sticking points still Senator Kim Ward, is one of the sticking points still about school choice? Is that something you're still pushing for?
Well, it is something that we are talking about. But the sticking point, I'm going to say the biggest sticking point at this time is the spend number without policies such as school choice. So there are numerous things that are being discussed. The spend number is high. You know, it's a lot to ask the Republican Senate to swallow a number like that. Now, I know that, you know, we have some things that because the last two governors, including this governor, have taken everything that the federal government had to offer for Medicaid. They took it all. Some states didn't take it. We took it. And now we have to pay the bill. We got to pay the piper. And it's a lot. It's billions, $2 billion. We were able to get a little bit shaved off from them, but not enough. That is something we have to pay. We have to pay the pension costs. We must do that. Constitutionally, we have to pay the cost. So I do expect that the budget bill will be more than last year, but it doesn't need to be $4 billion more than we are bringing in. That doesn't make any sense to me. And the governor was on a program or said in the news just the past few days. He keeps saying, I did my budget 278 days ago. His budget was a wish list. It spent $4.8 billion more than we were bringing in. And it counted on revenue that we don't have. You know, recreational marijuana, skill game taxes. I mean, that was a place where we had to start. And I will say it's probably the reason we're still at a standstill, because that was a terrible place to start. It was an unrealistic wish list. It was not a budget. So he did that 270 however many days ago. But if we would have done, and we could do today, we could say, okay, you get everything you want. Everybody in Pennsylvania is going to get a tax increase next year and the year after that and the year after that, because we're going to spend down our entire rainy day fund and all our reserves, and that does not get filled back up. Once we spend money on a program, so we go and we spend all the money this year, they all expect it next year, plus an increase. We can't afford it. It's unrealistic. It's not how anybody in this country operates. And I don't know how the governor can stand out there with a straight face and say, I put my budget out this many days ago, knowing that it was a wish list and not a budget. A budget balances. His budget is way out of whack.
Well, and that from two, and obviously politics plays a role in this, is Garrity's campaign releasing a statement. The Shapiro administration cannot even negotiate a budget, hurting Pennsylvania children, seniors, and businesses each and every day. That statement, with as well Senate Democrats in a press conference, said Garrity's loan proposal that she's been talking about, they claim is unconstitutional. At the same point, you have our neighbor, a Republican neighbor, who's, you know, your fellow Republican, though, Jack Ciattarelli, making comments that I imagine you don't appreciate, as Ciattarelli apparently had some praises for Shapiro. What do you make of that?
I make of that all politics. His information is incorrect, but he's trying to get Democratic votes, moderate votes over in New Jersey, and he's just using this as a political tool to get votes. And you know what? I hope he gets them. But I want to go back to something here. You know, the Senate Democrats all voted against us giving Stacey Garrity the ability to forgive the interest on the loans that she's making. That money should be in those coffers had we had a budget. So they don't need to pay taxes. But what they're saying is incorrect about Stacey Garrity. There's nothing, this is not a constitutional issue. It's a statutory issue. And she can do it. Under 301.1, I think the number is, of the fiscal code, she can do that. She just can't do it without charging interest. The Democrats are confused. They're like, well, it's unconstitutional. It's not. It's the same attorney they brought up yesterday. The same attorney 10 years ago said it wasn't wasn't able to make the loan, is saying they can't. Well, 10 years ago, his message was the same. A treasurer cannot make a loan without an interest rate that shows investment. That could show, bring something back into the state. So they're wrong. It's a fiscal code issue. It's a statutory issue. It's not a constitutional issue.
With Republicans and Democrats, coming back in, returning to the Capitol, I know that there's a flurry of politics at all these different levels here. How do you cut through this and just, as I always say, get her done and make this happen? What's the key to getting this budget done as you see it?
I do think that besides communicating with each other, the governor taking the bull by the horns would be very helpful. But I do think it's important that the House Democrat leadership talk to the Republican leadership in the House. They need to stop trying to get 102 votes and could care less about the Republicans. I think it's starting. And I do think what Treasurer Garrity did was phenomenal. And it just shows them that we can just go around this stalemate and get people the money. Now she's doing 25%, so it's like quarterly, right? 25% of last year's number. There's no risk that we're going to spend more on this than we're bringing in. But, at the end of the day, we should start doing this. The House should send us something back. They don't like what we sent them. Send us something back. Let's start bringing this out. Let the public see what it is that we are disagreeing on. This is all behind closed doors. They don't want to send a bill till there's a deal made. Well, let the public see what's going on. These are their tax dollars. These are their counties. These are their schools. We should have more transparency in the process. So, I can't tell you what the next move is, except we need to do something. We're all here together now. And, hopefully we can get something to move. But, we got to go back to where we started with the governor's budget being $4.8 billion more. His budget is imbalanced because the funds don't exist. Revenue from skill games, revenue from marijuana doesn't exist. He needs to stop saying he did a budget 200 whatever days ago, and he needs to do a new budget that makes sense.
You sound pretty frustrated today.
Well, yeah, it gets me all fired up because, we're here trying to get this message out. What we're fighting for in the Republican-controlled Senate are taxpayers. We're fighting so that we don't have to have tax increases. We're not fighting to fight. And the governor goes out and says, it's political. It's not political, Governor. Your budget was out of whack that you gave us. I don't know. The numbers are what the numbers are. You cannot fight the numbers, and he continues to do that. So, all right. Well, I really appreciate you letting me come on, but I have to go to a committee meeting
Yes,
now.
I know you're live at 1 o'clock on the live stream. We'll be watching. Thank you, Senator Kim Ward. Really appreciate you. Hope you can find some common ground there. And by the way, this October, just so you know, that the fountain there at the state capitol, and they do this every year in honor of Breast Cancer Month, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And you heard Senator Ward say she's a survivor. In my family, it's a huge issue. My mom, my great-grandmother all survived breast cancer thanks to that early detection. So it's extremely important. But they turn the fountain pink, as is the Harrisburg tradition there. So just a nice little reminder as well. As the Dawn Show continues, by the way, we have another senator, and this on the national level. We have Dave McCormick. He'll be coming up. We'll check in with him as far as what's going on Capitol Hill. It's is it a busy day? And we got to talk about my guys at, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, my guys. So over the past year, every season, change of season, they come, they check the HVAC, change the filters, and as well, they installed last year, we needed 2 at once. Our water heaters just blew out, both of them. Can you believe it, at the same time? So they do that as well, and installed that Mitsubishi mini split system in our lower level. So they really do it all, problem solvers. And as well, I got to tell you, my guys at Marvin E. Cans, one of the things I love about them, these technicians are true technicians, not salespeople. That's so important to make sure whenever you're looking up whoever you're going to bring into your home to fix these things, you want to make sure that they're not commissioned salespeople. Sometimes they are. That's not the case. Marvin E. Cans, true technicians. And by the way, if they come out to check your system, and if you need a new HVAC system, They will properly install a train, hard to stop a train, as they say, TRANE, train HVAC system. Check out My Guys, Marvin E. Cans. I cannot rave about them enough. My Guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Take a quick break. Be right back.
Still asleep?
Out cold.
Caitlin, let's go, honey. It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
The holidays are coming. Make your dining room the star with Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20% on dining essentials. Everything you need to gather in style. Experienced staff will greet and guide you through nearly 20,000 unique items in their massive showroom. Or navigate at your own pace using QR codes on every piece for instant details. Shop online with code DINING25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom. Open 7 days a week. Sale runs October 8th through 15th. Some exclusions apply.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, the finger pointing, the blaming, the drama. We still have Pam Bondi in the hot seat, by the way, on Capitol Hill with this testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee. We're watching that one, but so much happening. Wanted to check in with our friend, Senator Dave McCormick, who's here as we think about on the national level. We were just talking to State Senator Kim Ward, who's about to head into a committee meeting trying to get the Pennsylvania budget done. But let's talk about on the national level what's happening. And stepping right into the fire or out of the fire to chat with us for just a few minutes, Senator Dave McCormick. Welcome in this morning. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Well, listen, I'm sorry to say what's happening here is a ridiculous example of politicizing our budgeting process and I think it's a cul-de-sac. It's the Schumer shutdown. But what happened is that the left part of the party of Democratic Party wanted to resist President Trump, and so what they've taken is a normal continuing resolution, which is something that extends the funding for the government while the appropriations process is underway. It happened 13 times under the Biden administration. They're hijacking that and holding it hostage to their demands. And their demands are big demands. It's extending the Obamacare health subsidies that were put in place during COVID. But beyond that, it's undoing a lot of the Medicaid reforms and that were put in place under the the Working Families Tax Cut Act, what was called the Big Beautiful Bill, as well as getting rid of this $50 billion rural health care fund we had put in there, which was particularly important for Pennsylvania. So I think it's one of these things that makes no sense, but for political reasons, the Democrats have embraced it to try to resist President Trump. And unfortunately, what's happening is working Americans, our military, people in the Border Patrol, federal police are suffering for it. Our services are potentially at risk. And this is just dumb. I will never support shutting down the government. I would say the same thing if it was the Democrats in charge. And Senator Fetterman, my fellow Pennsylvanian, he and I agree on this. And he's been clear on that from the beginning, and so have I.
Yeah, and I think another thing you might agree on, I saw, although I don't know that you would word it quite exactly like he did on X, saying F Hamas with what today represents. I'm just speaking out for a friend, but somehow I don't think you would word it quite that way. But we get the sentiment as we think about today, and I know that we
get the same sentiment. Yeah, no, he and I share this a deep commitment to destroying the military capability of Hamas, getting the hostages home. My wife and I, Dina, just went to a ceremony this morning with a number of hostage families. It's been 2 years today. The resilience, the courage to hold true, not give up hope. A number of the people that were there were hostages that had been released after a year, after 500 days, and the conditions they described this morning it's just unbelievable. And I'm knocking on wood as I say this. I'm praying as I say this that with President Trump's leadership and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Secretary Rubio was there at the breakfast this morning. I spoke with him briefly. There's a real shot at getting these hostages home. There's 48 remaining hostages. 20 or so of those are presumed dead. We got to get these hostages home and hopefully have a breakthrough that can lead us into a new period of peace in the Middle East. And the president has set the table, honestly, with the attacks against Iran, with the strong support of Israel, with the focus on humanitarian support to the Gazans, with his relationships with the Gulf countries. I mean, this letter that was validating his peace proposal by all the Muslim countries, all the Gulf Arab countries, which was truly remarkable. So I think that the table's been set, and I'm praying that we'll not only get the hostages home, but on a breakthrough here, on the precipice of a real period of peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and I wonder if with Kushner and Witkoff over there, I know that between Hamas, Israeli negotiators, and they have some of them sort of sequestered, so they're not maybe physically together, but I know that they were reporting 4 hours of negotiations yesterday. Is there anything that you're gleaning out of, especially from Secretary Rubio, or the information that you're being briefed on, Senator McCormick, where you're hearing renewed hope for the fact that they're making some breakthroughs as they're negotiating?
Only no. I mean, I don't have any special insight other than they are, in fact, negotiating. I think the president's cautiously optimistic. Yeah. Rubio, when he spoke this morning, was cautiously optimistic. It's the kind of thing where until it happens, one has to be optimistic, but also, just to have a degree of skepticism. And part of the reason is, Hamas, these are bad dudes who lie and have done the most horrific things. And so, until the hostages are released and we're at the next stage of the disarmament of Hamas, I think we should be cautious, hopeful, but until it's done, it's not done. And that's I think the orientation the president has had. But make no mistake, no one could have brought all these players to the table like he has done. He is unique in this respect, and I think his personal relationships with all men, his willingness to say tough things to everybody, and tell them that a good deal's that you get done is better than a perfect deal that you don't get done. And I think he puts that pressure on everybody, and that's what his strength is, I believe.
You're somebody, obviously we've talked about your military career. You served in the Army's 82nd Airborne Division. You were deployed to Iraq during the Gulf War. when you think about your service to our nation, the Middle East, and thinking about that perspective, and then as well what happened over the weekend and here in Philadelphia as we look forward to the 250th, anniversary birthday of our military branches. Do you have some special, and Veterans Day coming up in November? I would love to hear, especially locally or in Pennsylvania, are you part of or taking part in some of these important commemorations over the next year, whether it's this Veterans Day or moving forward for the 250th?
Yeah, no, it really is a special moment to be the Senator from Pennsylvania on the 250th birthday of our country, because Pennsylvania is truly not only the birthplace of America, but it's also the place where much of American history has been written, whether it's Gettysburg or the Arsenal of Democracy or some of the great inventions that were created here, and of course the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. So I am going to be a very active participant in the president's going to make a big deal about the 250. I'm going to be an active participant in all of that. But I also have a plan to have a series of things that I do from my position as senator to highlight Pennsylvania's history and the significance of it. And the thing that you see in all these chapters is grit, determination, leadership, values of really duty, honor, country. Those are West Point's. That's West Point's mantra, but it's very much consistent with the kind of leadership you've seen across Pennsylvania. And so I'm going to be talking a lot about that. And the thing I love about it, this is not about Republicans or Democrats. Mm-hmm. It's about something bigger than the partisan politics of the moment. It's about the core values and leadership that brought our country into being. And I think, I don't want to be too, hand-wavy about this, but I think if you are able to reflect on all those things that got us to this point, it puts the current challenges in perspective, and it hopefully brings out what Lincoln called our better angels. Yeah. And I think reflecting on the history of America and Pennsylvania during this coming year. I remember I went to the 200th with my dad in 1976. I remember it like it was yesterday. We went to Philadelphia, and it was a big, big event. I remember walking through it as a young kid, and here I am, 50 years later. I was 10 at the time. I'm 60 now, and I'm proud to be in a position to highlight Pennsylvania's role in the creation of our great country.
Oh, beautifully said. And I wanted to end on a positive note. There's so much happening in the world, but I think it does. You're right. Put it in perspective. Senator Dave McCormick, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, too. Thank you.
Appreciate you. So we'll continue on the conversation. Yeah, I know for this morning's breakfast, as I reported earlier this morning, Adon Alexander at the White House today from New Jersey. He was just graduated from high school, and we had talked about his return home and the celebrations for him being home. I can't even imagine having that happen. Your high school senior goes off, and thinks that they're part of a music festival and part of an important, faith-based journey, and then ends up being, kidnapped. And thank God he's home, but many prayers for those other
584 days.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
So 20, they believe hopefully 20 hostages will come home.
Yes.
I can't even wrap my brain around that. And then what condition will they be in? And then for other families, just hoping and praying that they'll get a body to bury. I mean, it's just a tragic situation. So I know a lot of heavy stuff, but that's why I went to the 250th. I was trying to end on something a little more positive.
Yeah.
Eek. So it's a crazy busy news day. We will move forward with everything going on. Pam Bondi, she's got her like James Bondi, you know what I mean? Like, Bondi, I'm here. She's got I don't know how to say, the highly tailored black suit, that's, you can tell she's there for dressed for the occasion, if you will.
She kind of looks like a villainess, though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know
if that's a good thing, is it?
No, I mean, you could tell the shoulder pads are
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. We're going to get the video up there right now. But
the black, it's cut with the waist small, big shoulder pads. The hair is pulled back. There's a woman does these, women know this stuff. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? Like the lipstick, It's like the neutral tone. You know what I mean? And the black suit, kind of toned down. This is what we women, we have to think about this stuff. Do you know what I mean? We have to dress for the part. You know what I mean? It's not like a cocktail party. We wear like shorter skirt, the high heel.
She wearing rosary beads?
Do you know what I mean? Huh? Rosary beads?
Is that what she's wearing though?
Does she have it's kind
Look
of
at
like
your screen, you can see it a little bit closer up, right?
A little bit of, maybe a little prayer too. Hair's pulled back with the one strand.
Do you want to hear what they're talking
She's
about?
She's got the whole look going on.
You want to dip in?
Sure.
Here we go.
She's forced. And those who prey on the vulnerable will face especially swift and unpleasant consequences.
She's pulling it. Look at
I'd also like to commend you and FBI Director Kash Patel, Deputy Director Dan Bongino for your collaboration with state and local law enforcement in my home state of Utah in assisting with the prompt apprehension of the shooter in the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk just a few weeks ago at Utah Valley University. Your leadership has helped reaffirm that the Department of Justice exists to preserve the rule of law, to protect the peace, the safety of the American people, and ensure that our constitutional republic endures for many generations to come. Now, due to the open border policies that we had in the previous administration, a number of individuals, a number that is unknown and unknowable, but that is estimated to be in the many millions, somewhat estimated at the low end, be in the 10 million range. Others say more like 15. Others say it's more than that. But this unknown and unknowable number of individuals came across our border illegally. And an unknown number or percentage of those people
Spit it out, Mike Lee.
Individuals who pose significant security risks, including some who were suspected terrorists.
Today.
They were all allowed to enter the United States without proper vetting, in many cases without any vetting at all. What progress have you made so far, Attorney General Bondi, in solving some of those issues related to the illegal immigration of an estimated 10, 15 million, maybe more over the last 4 years?
Mm-hmm. Senator Lee, we are working hand in hand with Kristi Noem, of course, the Director of Homeland Security. She has been doing an incredible job. All of our agencies are working in partnership with them at the direction of President Trump. He ran on the promise of making America safe and closing our borders, and that's what he did on day one. He has also declared many of these transnational gangs as terrorist organizations, which is exactly what they are. They have been coming into our country from Mexico, from Venezuela, from other countries. They have been setting up shop right in our country. They are narco-terrorists, and it is going to stop, and it is stopping under his watch.
Do you want more? You want more?
She does. You're right. There is something about her. I have to go here.
Do you have a level?
What do you mean?
Like, I just want to see, are her shoulder pads perfectly flat? Because I think they might be.
But they're bigger shoulder pads than normal because this is big stuff. But she's very glamorous.
Wait. So
and Trump usually doesn't like people to eat. He would never eat in public, nor I don't eat on the air. But tomorrow I want to pull this to play for Nick Cale. Because you know what I mean? Like how Greg busts Nick Cale's chops when he eats on the air. And we go, like, gross, But you look at her, she's just like, I don't know what she's a little low blood sugar maybe, but everything about this woman is glamorous. You're right.
Even when she coughed,
yes.
it was attractive.
It's like glamorous.
Yeah.
So she's fun to watch.
So do the shoulder pads grow in conjunction with like the importance of the? So are we going to see like 4 foot tall shoulder pads?
You want the broad?
If like we get to an impeachment,
shoulder pads. Yeah, if you had, but she's like, it's a great look. I'm just saying.
Road Warrior says 9.7.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You're that high, though?
Yeah,
9.7.
She's
I'd
got
say
the
it's
look.
solid like 8.9.
These hearings, it's all about the look because think about it. Mike Lee, who I still, because remember he shaved his head. He's doing the whole shaved head look thing. Half the time don't Utah Senator Mike Lee. So, she has to listen on and on and on. So a lot of this is the listening back and forth as people pontificate. And so part of this is the look because she's on trial too because people want to, I don't know why. Everybody wants to go after her, if you notice.
Well,
I'm defending her. Tomorrow, Linda Kearns will be here, so we'll get her take because Linda is going to defend her. I can tell you that. But, it's not an easy job because let's face it, the executive branch with President Trump, he has been a game changer, right? He, as his executive orders go, he has been somebody who can make and affect change. He has that ability. I've never seen a president do this. Not many can. But DOJ is a little different. Let's be honest. We've never had this high bar of, hey, we're gonna solve wars. I mean, look at where we are, with all of these wars being solved, with tariffs, with everything. I could go through it. Look at the unemployment numbers, which everything's fantastic, to be very honest with you. After only, what are we, coming into October? The man was sworn in on January 20th. Are you kidding me? And so for DOJ to affect these changes, it doesn't happen overnight. I'm going to push back on those of you that always want to say that she should be booted. Give a person a year, okay? Just give somebody a year, would you? She hasn't even been in when did she officially get sworn in? I got to take a break. It's 10:57. We'll come around the other side. We have a lot breaking, a lot more for you. Stay right there.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Unlock the door to home ownership with American Heritage Credit Union. Through the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Take advantage of some of the lowest rates in the region. Your home, your next step, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Equal housing opportunity.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We have an update from that horrible accident on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. This is Montgomery County. In all my years, I've never heard of years of reporting news in Philadelphia and our region. I've never heard of this with a deer jumping out on the Pennsylvania. Tell me, have you heard of this? The Pennsylvania Turnpike, this deer jumps out in front of this driver who's driving their Mustang. Deadly crash, Montgomery County, shut down the turnpike for about 3 hours from the Willow Grove exit through the Ben Salem exit, which is 351 there last night. So I would love to know if any of you were driving. I hope you weren't stuck in that. What a mess. But this Ford Mustang colliding with this deer that just jumped right out in front of this individual on the turnpike. I got to tell you, I'm amazed that I mean, it's horrifying, freak accident as they're calling it. But I will say this, I'm kind of amazed that there weren't other vehicles involved. Do you know what I'm saying? This happened around 7:00-ish. I don't know if it's a full moon. It's the change of the season with, you know what I mean? Right after sunset. I don't know if that has something to do with it. Really bizarre. And they have just released the name of the individual. Kevin Donahue died after, you know what this one is? This was, remember the other deadly deer car?
I was just thinking about
that. Was Kevin Donahue, the one with the Malvern Prep students. Remember? So they've not released the Ford Mustang driver that was killed last night. I don't know what I can say with that because these are freak accidents that are happening. And that one on the turnpike, I've never heard of such a thing with that driver, but all lanes, obviously, they finally reopened them very late last night between the 10 and 11 o'clock hour. And the other one just a few weeks ago, that was the one Chester County. And that one was the teenager on his way to high school, Malvern Prep, and Kevin Donahue. There were all kinds of commemorations and ceremonies for him. Gosh, and that one. And then there was actually last month, the final one I'll take you to was the Northeast Extension on the PA Turnpike, Lehigh County. That one happened last month where a driver was injured, but thank God survived. Sometimes you see these huge deer, this time of year especially. We have them show up at my yard. The different problem is I want to kill the deer because you have like this 12-point buck.
Are you out there with a gun?
And no, I'll take like something, I'm clanking it like against something, and they look at you like, excuse me, miss, like you're making noise. This is my quiet time. But
yeah, no, it's
so annoying because they eat everything in your yard.
They do. And now that I live out kind of somewhat in the boonies, well, really not really, but they're missing a lot of traffic lights, and because of the story with a teenager a couple weeks ago, I've been on high alert, and to hear this now on a turnpike, it's very scary. And I gotta wonder. I don't know. I don't want to be the green environmentalist as I sit here in my khaki outfit, but there's a lot of construction going on, a lot of building development in the area. I don't know by this accident or not, but particularly near my house, and a lot of deforestation. I gotta wonder, are deer becoming desperate? And that's why you see instances like this where on the term you kind of rolling your eyes at me. I get that, but
give me a break.
No, you don't think so?
No, you know what it is?
It seems like it's happening more often, does it not? Reckless deers?
Having too many deer relations, and we need to have. Where's Sarah Palin?
Oh, you think we need to cut down on the deer population?
Where's Sarah Palin from a chopper? Remember how she used to do that with the wolves? Birth control. You know what I mean? Shoot. Where's Sarah Palin? Get her in a chopper.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In the chopper, and shoot the birth control.
So you just think there's too many?
Them.
You don't think it's being relocated kind of
They
thing?
need to have like deer safe relations.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Bob Fazio says it's that time of the year the boys are just chasing the girls.
Mm-hmm. Mating season.
Don't know if that's a deer reference or not, but
yeah. So maybe play some Bad Bunny, bad music or something. Turn them off so they don't have
turn them off.
Procreation situation. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you think Bad Bunny turns on anybody with that music?
Hope not.
I guess. Yeah. Newman concurs. There's been a deer population explosion.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
Well, at least, I don't know, there's a pun somewhere in here. I'm not funny. Like somebody's getting some in the woods of Pennsylvania, whatever. So we'll...
Newman says, hide deer whistles inside your car's front grill.
Ooh. You can do that? I don't know how to do that.
Wouldn't that call them over to your car to get hit by the car?
Yeah. So,
I feel like that's a really bad idea.
in your vehicle?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Or maybe spray your tires with that stinky deer aversion
urine
liquid stuff. Yeah. It smells horrifying.
You ever smell that?
Larry ordered that. It's Amazon Prime Day.
Wait, why did Larry order it?
Larry ordered on Amazon because it is Prime Day. We have to talk about that. He ordered this big jug of whatever. You're supposed to spray it all over like the perimeter and around the
deers
rose bushes.
Keep something else away.
And the deer, yeah. And it keeps the deer away because you know why? It smells horrible. It keeps me away. Like I'm spraying, like, oh my! I mean, I was ready to like.
You're sure that's not a cologne that he bought?
No, it was like it smells. It's like cougar urine or like something.
Ooh, cougar urine.
It's nasty. Well, cougar.
It's cougar urine.
Bad. I don't know if it was a cougar. To your point.
Wow, I'm really angry.
Why?
I didn't know today was Prime Day, and last night I just spent $120 on new pants through Amazon.
Are those the pants? The khakis?
They're actually, well, no, these are old khakis. Oh. That's why they don't really fit me too well.
Okay.
But no, I got new ones on the way. But I guess I should return them and reorder them because they're cheaper now with Prime Day. That's infuriating.
How much of a difference is it?
Like $5, $6.
Well,
is it worth a trip to Kohl's or Whole
Well,
Foods?
no.
Because that's where you got to return them?
No, it's not worth it.
No.
What are the top deals on Amazon Prime? Looking at the top deals.
Looking at, there's a lot of tech deals.
855-839-1210.
If you don't have a Ring doorbell, which are really good investments, they're actually half price right now on Amazon.
So that's a great one.
Yeah.
It's October Prime Day sale. Is it just today?
No, tomorrow too.
Tomorrow too?
Yeah.
Apple AirTags, they're $20 off.
Yeah.
So that's a good one.
Yeah.
855-839-1210.
Is it appropriate to buy a wife a vacuum?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, say it.
I've always just been.
You should not say it's for your wife. Though.
Okay. Well, it is technically
Especially-
for me since I do most of the cleaning, but I'm going to present it to
Wait.
her as a gift so I have a way to justify buying a $400 vacuum.
You do most of the cleaning? Dan Borowski.
I do.
Gets the Man of the Year award.
Oh, well, thank you.
You do most of the cleaning?
If you don't know, my wife is the breadwinner of the family, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that so? It has to be
She's
based on money?
an auditor, an accountant.
Okay.
No, not based on money. I think it's more based on time. I have a little bit more free time than she does. She's working, pulling the late hours till 8:30 at night a lot of times.
Now she's having the baby.
And she's 8.5 months pregnant.
Woo!
So.
Got some exciting news coming up.
I asked though because there's a $400 Dyson, and I've always wanted one of those things.
Is it the upright with all the attachments?
The stick one.
Oh, it's the stick one?
Yeah.
Mm.
No?
Nope. I have and I've had it for years, and it's a tank. So if you're going to get the Dyson, I don't recommend that one because it's very expensive and the battery runs out and it's very loud.
Okay.
I would, first of all, focus on a quiet vacuum, baby. And number one. And number two, if you're going to get the Dyson, get the HIPAA, the biggity big plug-in Dyson that is amazing with all the attachments.
Which is crazy because
I
I don't mean to continue down this path, but I'm looking now here. It's $10 more for like the bowl, big upright version. So, maybe I could go that direction.
I would get the big one.
Yeah.
Go for the big.
All right, we got to break. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have to
take us
break
down this path
because
of
we have
vacuums.
Ruthie Bloom. Well, let us know if you're doing any Amazon, if you have any recommendations, or for Dan, Daddy days just ahead. Ruthie Bloom will give us the update. We love her from Israel, and she always gives us the insights and beyond the headlines. The Dawn Show continues. We appreciate you being here at Dawn Stensland on X.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. What a day we have planned for this Friday, October 10th, the big rally in Wildwood for Jack Chitterelli, and just as good, our pre-game show at Mulligan's, our summer White House. We'll be there noon until 3. Great guests lined up, lots of fun, great food and drink with all of our friends. Pre-game with us before the rally. Grab lunch at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. I'll see you there Friday, noon until 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
October 7th, 2 years later, President Donald J. Trump hosting freed hostage Idan Alexander of New Jersey at the White House today. That happening on a brighter side and a hopeful side. But as you see on YouTube, if you're watching us streaming on YouTube, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, images of that day 2 years ago, unthinkable. And these are the images that we can actually show you. Certainly a day of terrorism striking against civilians, babies, young women, students, children, and unimaginable heartbreak, heartache, and pain and prayers for so many families still on this day, 2 years later, hoping that their loved one who was taken hostage that day 2 years ago may still be alive. It's believed that only 20 out of the 47, 48 hostages, 20 may still be alive as we think about what happened 2 years ago today. Let's welcome in our friend Ruthie Bloom, who we've been talking to. You know, I'm blessed to get to know you, and we're all blessed to get to know you, Ruthie Bloom, but it's under unfortunate circumstances, especially on this day. It's such a somber day as we think about and pray for peace, as I know those negotiators are meeting in Egypt, met for 4 hours. Ruthie Bloom, how are you today?
Well, hello, Dawn. Actually, you're right. You and I have been meeting always under unfortunate circumstances for the past 2 years. How I am today, I would say I have mixed feelings because on the one hand, the entire country is waiting with bated breath and anticipating the return of the hostages. On the other hand, Hamas naturally is pulling stunts and saying, well, wait a minute, we have other demands. You see, the trouble is that Hamas is being treated as a negotiating partner. Now, Hamas should be treated as a defeated jihadist entity that Israel defeated in this war, and that President Trump now is saying, okay, enough already. You've lost. You have to give back the hostages. We will be nice enough to you to let some of you live if you've decided to leave Gaza. But you're done. And I've got Qatar and Turkey and other Arab countries, the United Arab Emirates, etc., on my side telling you it's finished now. And yet they're engaging in negotiations. So I'm very nervous about whether they're going to actually return all the hostages, as President Trump demanded that they do all of them within 72 hours. And we see that that hasn't happened.
And Ruthie Bloom of Israel Undiplomatic, senior contributing editor and columnist with JNS and as well former advisor to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So you have such a unique perspective, obviously. I saw that you were putting out on social media, of Netanyahu, who you worked for very closely with and so on. As far as what you're seeing happening, as far as just some of the body language, what you read into this, what do you see that gives you hope? And what do you see that makes you very concerned?
Okay, what gives me hope? A couple of things. First of all, what gives me hope is the fact that we have President Trump in the White House and Prime Minister Netanyahu heading the state of Israel right now. With whatever criticisms people have of them, first of all, there has never been a more pro-Israel president in the White House ever. Second, Netanyahu has been fighting on 7 fronts, a war for the past 2 years, and putting up with pressure from within, pressure from without, an explosion of anti-Semitism in the world, a UN that has been totally hostile, and he's managed to keep going and keep winning. That's number one. So that gives me hope. Also, because it seems to me that despite the left-wing media's attempt to constantly portray the relations between Trump and Netanyahu as being shaky, as though there's some kind of rift and Netanyahu is creating a rift. It really is not true. They're in lockstep. And I think that Trump, a lot of what makes people nervous about Trump is that he makes bombastic statements. That's Trump. He's he's who he is, and he says what he thinks at a given moment. And then the next moment he's posting on Truth Social something that's slightly different. Mm-hmm. And so I wouldn't worry about that. What matters is whether he seems to really understand that Hamas should have zero standing here. And that's why. And the other thing that gave me hope is that Qatar, that is pro-Hamas and has funded Hamas and housed Hamas, once Israel tried to assassinate Hamas leaders in Qatar, and it wasn't a very successful operation in the sense that we didn't kill all the Hamas leaders we set out to kill. But Qatar realized that it's not impenetrable. And I think that caused it to say, okay, enough. Having Hamas with us is really not helpful. And so that was another thing. That's another thing that causes me optimism that Qatar has had it with them.
I know that, and we love all of your, shows that you're on and JNS and your expertise. I know that you had released and put out on social media, so I'll just encourage everybody to watch it as well, and always watch you, of course, Ruthie, but, saying what the media won't tell you about October 7th. And of course, there's that, right? The media, and depending on who people listen to or are influenced by. And so how does the media play into this? And we've talked about this before, Ruthie, that, Trump's popularity, for example, in Israel has a lot of support. But how does the media, the American media, the world media play into what's happening and the hope for Mideast peace?
Okay, so first of all, it's very ironic. Something very ironic happened in Israel. There's Trump derangement syndrome in America. And in Israel, there's Netanyahu derangement syndrome. And in some ways, it's even worse than Trump derangement syndrome. But why do I say something ironic happened? Is that the left wing in Israel that hates Bibi Netanyahu loves Donald Trump. Can you imagine? And why is that? Because they seem to believe that Trump saying we've got to end the war now, we've got to end it, means that he thinks somehow that, we just got to lose the war, which is not what he means. Okay, there is no way that Trump means Israel got to finish the war by losing it. He never said it that way, and he didn't mean it. And another thing is that the protest movement here that has latched on to the hostage families, the protest movement keeps saying, Trump, save us. You're going to save us. They said that to Biden too, by the way, save us from our terrible government. But with Trump, what they're saying is, you see, Trump is going to get the hostages back and end the war, as though Netanyahu has no part in this whatsoever. So I just think it's ironic that the left wing here praises Trump while attacking Netanyahu.
It is ironic. I as an from the American viewpoint, when President Trump, I believe it was last February, he had talked about this a little more extensively, but saying Gaza could be the Riviera of the Middle East, that it needs to be rebuilt, that he's willing to sort of stick his neck out, basically, and put the Trump name on, trying to truly rebuild Gaza for people. Do you see that as a plus or a huge risk when we think about thousands of years of conflict? And now President Trump, obviously from his expertise of, helping to build the New York City skyline, yes, but is it too big of a risk for him to go out on a limb to say those things?
Well, first of all, when he said that, he hasn't said that in a while, by the way.
True.
His plan for Gaza doesn't include the Riviera and, turning, making gilded faucets all over Gaza. It just doesn't, that plan doesn't include it. He seems to have, I guess, forgotten that part of what he had said a while back. But when he said it, I was thrilled. And I'll tell you why. Because if it were possible to do that, of course, it's better to have a population in Gaza, and I don't care who it is. It could be Palestinians, and it could be foreigners, and it could be Jews, and he said everybody could live there. A population that is not educated to slaughter Jews, Christians, and infidel Muslims. Mm-hmm. And if Trump really had taken it over, and we're trying to turn it into the Riviera, there's no way that schools there would be teaching children that slaughter in the name of Allah was a good thing.
Yeah, amen to that. Well, Ruthie Bloom, we always appreciate you, and our prayers are with you for safety. And we've talked about the fact that you have family that you have to worry about. Do you feel, and I know there were times when, you were saying that, family over there, that, you have to have the safe area. Do you feel safer today? Do you feel that this is bringing you true hope? What is your feeling on this day 2 years later? I'm so sorry, first of all, that we have this conversation on October 7th, 2 years later, without the peace deal, and I'm sad for that.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, my family is still it's in less danger in the sense that we've killed so many terrorists, and we really neutralized the Iranian threat quite a bit, and the Hezbollah threat in Lebanon, and the Syrian regime fell, and we've really tackled a lot of these fronts, okay? But today, there were 2 rockets fired on southern Israel from Gaza. There were 2 separate drone attacks on the city of Eilat in southern Israel. We're not done. My daughter still has to wake her little children up in the middle of the night every time there's a siren because the Houthis are firing drones and missiles. And my son is on another tour of duty and reserves, and so is my son-in-law. So, but it's true there are fewer. In the beginning of the war, I mean, we were in bomb shelters every 10 minutes or so, So the threat has been reduced severely, seriously reduced, but it's not finished yet.
Yeah. Well, Ruthie Bloom, thanks. It's always so good to see you. You look great, and we hope and pray for this peace. Yes, and praying for your protection as well as your families. Thank you, Ruthie.
Thank you, Dawn.
Take care. God bless. Ruthie Bloom, she's the best. I hope you follow her. American Israeli journalist, columnist, just a fantastic expert from the area, and gives us that unique perspective that I think we need. And, as Ruthie's talking about rockets and various terrorist organizations, I think about every morning on Kale and Company, 6:00 reporting. Oftentimes that's the time when we report kind of the carjackings or the shootings in the city and that sort of thing. And I can't help but think, okay, thank God we don't have, rockets going off every day that we have to think about that kind of taking shelter. But on the other hand, what we report about with the violence in American cities like Philadelphia, it's our own issue that's so preventable. And that's on us. It makes me sad. It does give me perspective as far as what we need to do to have the conversation to stop the violence in our own communities. It's not this international crisis. We don't have rockets coming over. We have to worry about our own crime, our own people, our fellow Americans. And it all really comes down to education, if I'm being very honest. As many have said, the number one way to stop crime within a city like Philadelphia, the number one way, education and jobs. Because these individuals, what's happening is that they're in gangs. They're doing drugs. That's their job. That's what they do, right? And so this is solvable. And it really goes back to, if I just try to thread this all together, when we think about the promises by our governor, Josh Shapiro, and I cannot let this go, that he promised, he went on Fox News. I'll never forget it. And I thought, good for him. And he promised school choice, true school choice. And I thought, wow, that's amazing. That's a game changer. And so at this moment, I make an appeal to you, Governor Josh Shapiro, as I know you care about education. Growing up in Montgomery County, meeting your future wife, your high school sweetheart, your high school and grade school sweetheart. This is the right thing to do with school choice. It's a game changer. It is the one way that we kind of say this to Larry Krasner, who's up for re-election, right? Being challenged by former Democrat, longtime Democrat, Judge Dugan, who's now challenging Krasner and not given much of a challenge. But this is the one way in our blessed country, in our blessed city of Philadelphia, our beautiful city of Philadelphia. Just bring forth something like school choice. Give these parents the opportunity to send their child to a high-quality center for education so that where you live, your address, your zip code does not define your destiny, because that's what's happening right now. I can look at pretty much, we could go through this. We could play this horrifying game and say, let's look at a zip code in our region, and I can tell you your destiny. I can give you the odds of whether or not your lifespan, your health, and whether or not you'll go to high school, go to some higher education, whether that's a skill set, a technical school, etc., and whether or not you will live a purpose-driven, successful life. Just think about that. And education changes it. That's what you can do for us, Governor Josh Shapiro. Put it within this budget. Agree to school choice. And by the way, you say that to somebody like my previous guest, Senator Kim Ward. Can you even imagine what people would be? They would be speechless if he came out and said this. Okay, well, let's do this deal now. He's serious. But it's something that can absolutely change the lives of our children, our future, and it truly is that game changer. And Governor Shapiro, you promised it. I'm Dawn Stensland. That's my take today. We'll take a quick break. Get your thoughts, 855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
We have one more day with high temperatures a good 10 degrees above average. It'll be partly sunny today with a high of around 82. For tonight, clouds increase with some showers arriving late tonight, low 65. And for Wednesday, morning showers and some sunshine for the afternoon. It'll be breezy and cooler with a high 74.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
1210 homeowners, listen up. Most home sellers are being lied to by people they trust, and it's costing them a fortune. Diane Cardano-Casaccio here, EXP. After selling thousands of homes, I've identified the 10 biggest myths that aren't just bad advice. They'll drain 50, 75, even 100,000 from your bottom line. That's why I'm hosting a free breakfast seminar for home sellers, October 18th at 9 a.m. Join me and Dom Giordano in Fort Washington, where we'll reveal the truth about pricing, staging, photography, and the one biggest mistake that forces homes to stay on the market for months after months, losing thousands. All attendees will receive a copy of my newest book, Model Home Mindset. Don't risk leaving money on the table. Diane Cardano says, join me October 18th. RSVP now, 215-576-8666, or go to 215-576-8666.com.
It's engagement season at Family & Company Jewelers. Get proposal ready during their Viraggio Bridal Show. 3 days only, October 9th, 10th, and 11th. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, October 9th, 10th, and 11th for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash these days. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, CNC makes budgeting for your new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Northwestern. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
I think I made Greg Stocker mad.
Did you?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You know.
Do we have audio of Greg
I
Stocker
don't
mad?
know. It seems like he's, I don't know. I can never please
Where are
him.
you? Hello?
I know. There is so
Holy
much.
crap!
I know. There's so much happening today.
He is not mad at all, no.
I don't
know. I don't think so, no.
You know what? We have so much going on today. And I just needed something more positive because it's like so much bad news.
Yeah, what do you got?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I just needed something silly.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's why I was talking about Pam Bondi's outfit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you ever feel like that sometimes?
Oh, 100%.
Congratulations, by the way, to our own Phil Quest, because I know these numbers just came out for Saturday night. That's what I said to Phil, who works very hard for his music, Saturday night show, if you've never. But the thing I said to him is, Phil, we all need an escape because these are such serious times that sometimes with music or anything, you just need to escape. So how do you escape all of it? For me, I go out in the yard. And then all of a sudden I'll hear Dawn, and it's you know who, Lair Bear.
Uh-huh.
What's for dinner?
Oh, come on. You're out in the
Or
lawn.
something.
You're already doing work.
It's like my hiding place.
This is terrible, Dawn.
I'm going to start like climbing trees or something. Then I'll be stuck. Fire department will have to get me out. But no, do you have that place where is it the gym? Sometimes I will go to the gym, but we have a home gym, so I have no excuse. But what is your escape? Maybe we're your escape, but you're not escaping from like the serious stuff of the day.
I mean, this week in music history is a dang good escape.
It is. It's a nice Saturday Night Live like escape.
Mm-hmm.
What's your escape? 855-839-12. Dan, what's your escape? Because Dan will soon need to escape, but there's no escape from that
I'm going to
crying
need a
baby.
lot of escape. Yeah. My escape is reality television.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that a bad escape?
No.
I feel like it's probably so Below Deck. It just started the new season of television. So Below Deck Mediterranean is back. You ever watch that one?
Nope.
Oh, Dawn.
Below Deck.
Oh, watch it with me. Maybe we can have a recurring theme of conversation. I'm sure the
Below
listeners
Deck.
would love
It sounds
that.
like bad porn.
It is. It is. It's pretty much, no. It's a show on Bravo, and what it follows is yachties, yacht workers, as they traverse the seas and work with really horrible, rich human beings. They serve on them.
Below Deck.
Yeah, it's. You ever hear this show like Party Up, where they follow? That was a fictional show behind the scenes of. It's almost like that, but it's a reality show where they follow the workers who live on the boat and, as you would imagine, interact very, very heavily. With one another, yes.
Below Deck.
Yeah.
So it's actually about being below deck in a yacht.
In a yacht, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not.
And Survivor's
symbolic
back,
of-
which is exciting. Yeah.
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 Eh.
That's nice.
Mm.
No, you're not a Survivor fan?
We're watching, what's the one? It's a news show, early show with Jennifer Aniston, because we've watched that all along.
The morning show?
The morning show.
Yeah.
Reese Witherspoon.
It gets kind of. You're on the first season? First season's really good.
No, we're up to date.
Oh, yeah? The second season I trailed off when they kind of started focusing on the number 2 instead. And
some of it's realistic with TV news. Larry and I watch it from, you know what I mean?
Do you guys actually like sit there and analyze?
Yeah, because some of it's so unrealistic, and then some of it's very real.
Yeah.
So it's good. It's well done.
Yeah.
Stranger Things, is that back yet? Because we're waiting for that
No, but
one.
the one thing is exciting.
What?
I just got an email. I don't know if you want to do a free advertisement here, but Netflix House Philadelphia tickets just going on sale today. Public sale begins, October 17th, and that's for that big, come see the. Do you know what this is, Netflix House? They're putting in a bunch of cities around the country.
Yes.
It's almost like a destination thing, a tourism destination where you can go experience experiences related to Netflix TV shows and such. Well, you can sign up for that.
What we should do here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, we should have a reality show.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be good.
It would be.
The drama behind the scenes.
I think it would be fantastic.
There's no drama with me.
So whether you're entering
or
from
Dan,
the King of Prussia parking lot or inside the mall entrance, guests can step into the Netflix house and explore photo opportunities and moments inspired by favorite characters and stories like Bridgerton. Isn't Bridgerton like softcore porn? Wow. So what are you experiencing? K-pop Demon Hunters, iconic Squid Game staircase, the buyer's living room from, as you just mentioned, Stranger Things, and so much more. You can dodge infamous villains from One Piece and the quest for the devil fruit. Ugh, it just sounds miserable, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't want to do any of this. You know what also sounds miserable? Can I play this situation?
You do.
Devices found outside a church down in D.C. related locally. Here's the story from Washington.
Man was arrested outside a Catholic church in D.C. this morning before an annual mass that typically draws high-profile officials, including members of the Supreme Court. This unfolded on the steps of St. Matthew's Cathedral on Rhode Island Avenue at 17th Street in Northwest. D.C. police say right before 6 o'clock this morning, a police detail assigned to the church for the Red Mass, as it's called, went up to a man who had set up a tent on the cathedral steps, and they learned he was previously barred there. He reportedly refused to leave. He was arrested. Police say they saw suspicious items at that time, including vials of liquid and possible fireworks inside of his tent.
And now a local tie, Dawn.
Police now say there were more than 200 devices found inside the tent of a New Jersey man arrested outside a Washington, D.C. church over the weekend.
I saw the connection with Jersey.
41-year-old Louis Jerry was taken into custody on Sunday. The violent man
what are you
put up
doing,
a tent
dude?
on the steps of
What the
St. Matthew
heck? I know.
Cathedral just hours before the annual Red Mass service. Vials of liquid and explosives were found inside. Jerry's doing.
Man,
Yeah.
what is
Sorry
going
to bring
on
it
with
back
people?
to negatives, but
Yeah, you had to. I was trying to escape. We're talking about escapes. What does Dan do? He just sucks us back in.
you want to hear about a home invasion? No, actually, we got to get to a break.
We have to get to a break, so that'll be our escape. On the other side, the CDC vaccines in the news again. We'll quickly headline that one for you and headline the other news of the day. A lot going on this busy Tuesday. We'll be right back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru
guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Oh, we don't have bipartisan love when it comes to Philadelphia raising the Chinese flag. Do you know we're making international news? Other countries like India, across the world, they're going, Philadelphia officials raised the Chinese flag over Philadelphia City Hall. What the heck is going on? It's so weird to me how it's not making as big news here in America, but you look at around the world and they think, cuckoo, we're cuckoo. But yes, the flag raising ceremony, we told you about this last week. The city's Office of Immigrant Affairs partnering with the PA United Chinese Coalition in Greater Philadelphia, Fujian Hometown Association, 76 years since the People's Republic of China was ever established, because that's what we want to celebrate. Yep, that's so. I know, it's just cuckoo time. It really is. It's just, you can't get any nuttier than this. Only in America. That's what they're saying about us. Like, these people are so free. They don't even know what freedom is or appreciate it. That's how much we take it for granted. That's
true.
Like what the rest of the world is saying about us. Right? But bipartisan, so around the nation, there are people, Republicans and Democrats, writing letters to Mayor Parker. And what can you say? Well, they're saying it's a disgrace. What do you say? Please don't do it again, I guess. That's what they're saying. Please, Mayor Parker, just make it a one-time thing. I don't even know what are you going to say? And that's probably what they'll do. They'll probably go, yeah, next year, let's not do that. You know what I mean?
Probably again.
It's just throw it under the carpet.
Maybe don't do it again.
Yeah, just maybe that was like, like for the 80th, because there's 76. So like for the 80th, let's not do it again.
Yeah.
And just like, that's it. But yeah, it is. And part of this is because of the Uyghurs and slavery and all that good stuff. You know, I'm just saying. I think we're against slavery. I thought.
What are we celebrating here?
You know?
And meanwhile, we're like, Columbus is in a box somewhere, right?
Right. They just put it all in perspective. And of course, our friend George Piquetto is probably like, what? You know what I mean? Like, just what are you going to do? It's Philadelphia. It's cuckoo. The media, so-called mainstream media, just doesn't cover it. They just ignore it. That's weird, too. The CDC updating COVID vaccine guidance just yesterday, recommending COVID shots for people 65 and older if you need it with autoimmune stuff, and only after you consult with your doctor or your pharmacist. So that's the new directive from the CDC, but you can get it if you want it. That's the word from RFK Jr. and the CDC and HHS. So just to give you some headlines as we head over to Dom Giordano. Big day, Dom.
Yeah, Dawn, thank you. And coming off what we were just talking about with RFK Jr., New Jersey had this big gala, and Chettarelli was threatened, if you go there, you're with crazies, on medical freedom in New Jersey. We have the guy that spearheads it, and it's becoming an issue in this election cycle. There's a lot of people, non-voters or RFK type of people that might vote for the Republican because of these medical issues.
Wow, that's an interesting angle. I can't wait to hear that. Dom Giordano.
Hey, can I ask you guys both a question?
Yeah,
sure.
What are your thoughts of showing up to work at a Philadelphia radio station in New York,
Yeah,
sporting,
well,
you didn't see this, Dawn, but Andrew Torres,
yes,
the great producer here, just showed up in a Rangers jersey to a
he has
Philadelphia
Yankees hats on all the time, too.
Boo.
It's sacrilege.
Can we boo him?
Yeah, I
we
don't.
love Andrew, but we got to boo the outfit.
Yeah, well, it's the Greg Stocker producer test.
You know?
I don't know what's happened. His system seems to be failing. Oh, other update. Johnny just telling me pork roll sandwiches on the menu on Friday for obvious reasons. At Mulligan's. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Amazing Dom show just ahead.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Love, compassion, understanding, respect. Dedicated Senior Medical Center. We take the time to hear your concerns and address your specific needs. Because to us, you are not just a patient, you're a member of our family. Dedicated Senior Medical Center. We take most Medicare Advantage plans. Call us today. Let's talk about your health. 267-831-3444.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Exciting news from my friends at Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and Dr. Cooley Bentz are thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments. So if you're a patient with complex dental need or a general dentist who could use some backup on those complicated cases, Bentz Prosthodontics is your #1 solutions provider. Visit them at bentzdentalgroup.com to book a consultation today.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yeah, that's right. It is Dom time. Loaded there for this. And it's medical freedom in the state of New Jersey. Things related to that. Parental rights, medical freedom, their kids. And Jack Ciattarelli did go, even though they roasted him. This is just an anti-vax convention. So we'll talk with him. Also, the National FOP is on the show. And they have come out swinging against the Chicago PD who are lying here. You have several sources inside there that Fox has developed. They told their cops to stand down. We all know it when ICE was under attack. Suppose that had propelled ICE to have to open fire on people. They would have stood down more. The governor of Illinois is trying a new line of attack, saying Trump is not Hitler yet. This is like the early days of the Nazi regime when they took power. The early days. By the way, Henry, on that big list, put this guy in the top 5, a guy you don't want to take a picture with, John Roberts. I'm just looking at him on Fox. And he's tanned. He's back from vacation, too. It's too much. It's too much, John Roberts. That guy looks too good. Don't take a picture with him, ever. There'll be a lot of picture taking at Mulligan's. Don't forget, we'll be there. The pregame show for the big event, the rally, Rich Cioli over there at 3 to 7 at the Seaport in North Wildwood. And Johnny, listening to the show, and I think the morning show today, yesterday we told you, and we're trying to get on the king of Taylor Pork Roll, that guy in Red Bank, Usury or whatever his name is. He says it's Taylor Pork Roll, and he ought to know he's made a fortune out of that. It's not the other. But you'll be able to vote between noon and 3. We're hoping to get a few of the rogue voters. Now, I have to call upon Andrew here, even though the Rangers gear is not offensive. You can do the show in that, even though it's in New York, an obvious New York play. Yeah. If you're wearing a stinking Knicks jersey, and I know you're a basketball guy of sorts, you got to get out of here. I can't stomach that, the flopping, the nonsense, particularly their point guard. It's too much.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, but why wear that? Why not just put on any shirt and we'll leave you alone?
This one?
Yes.
Well, because they're playing tonight.
Yeah, but so what? You're in Philadelphia. How do we care?
I care. I do that to support my team. The season starts, and I do it for football, baseball.
I'm looking this up here, page 3, Henry. This is a hostile workplace, just declared. All right, so what do you say, Taylor Pork Roll or Taylor Ham?
Pork roll.
Okay. And you're from what town, Andrew?
I'm from Philadelphia. I was born
yeah, but I mean, where do you live in Jersey?
Marlton, New Jersey.
Oh, Marlton. I thought it was farther up. I didn't know.
We were living in Lumberton. We moved about a month and a half ago.
That's still South Jersey.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So we're looking, though, to see if we get a voter on the other and just to see how they come up with all this off Mikey Sherrill. Now, Mikey Sherrill was asked on another show, and this is dangerous territory. How did she navigate this? To give the 8 years of Phil Murphy a grade. She gave him a B. Now, if she had given him an A, this would have been the headline story. I can imagine the back and forth in her mind or with their advisors. Man, what am I going to do here? We know that people hate him in Jersey, but I can't give the sitting governor a C, a C minus, a D. How could I possibly? That would have been a moment. So she settled in on giving him a B. That tells us, arguably what she will do. It will be very close to what Phil Murphy did. To me, though, the headline story today is the ongoing battle of Democrats against themselves. New York Post had a great editorial, which I think is spot on, that this guy in the Attorney General candidate, the Democrat in Virginia, it's demented that he was wishing this moderate Republican, former speaker, death, and he would want to shoot him in the head over Hitler and Pol Pot. But then he continued with these texts, or he called the woman who's a Republican and told her what he'd really like to see, because he said, here's the thing that's broad that Democrats believe. They're tired. He said he was tired of thoughts and prayers. These people, meaning Republicans, have to see these policies that they're doing have consequences. And the way that he thought he would prove that, he'd like to see the babies, the children of this guy Gilbert, in the arms of the mom, die in her arms. The other, with the political opponent, bad enough, demented, out there. When you get to this level of out loud, or in your mind, whatever, with other parties here in this call, saying that's what you'd like to see because these policies of Republicans are so bad. The only thing that's going to bring them to their senses is what? To see the babies killed in the arms of the mother. Now, if that's not disqualifying, then what is? The other stuff in the joking thing, it's out of bounds. But I'm saying you can't continue to run for office and win, even in Virginia. Are people going to vote for that? Are they going to vote for a guy who thinks that's the appropriate response to teach Republicans the lesson? And this kind of segues into continuing to call Republicans Nazis, early days of Hitler, etc. What do you think you're going to get? Political violence. You have to do that to stop Hitler. This guy, an elected representative, he wants it to be so gruesome that they'll be shocked back to reality and they'll see what Republican conservative policies are doing to people. This is the only way they'll learn. That mother might learn then if her babies are killed. I don't know how that would teach her that her babies are killed, but that's this guy. And yet, nobody's called for them to be, no Democrat. Tim Kaine is double down, triple down. I still stand by him. They're still standing by this guy because they want power. They want that seat. And he's the attorney general on top of it. All right, now Stephen Miller was on a CNN yesterday, and the CNN guy was geared up to push back on him, which is fine. I like a great debate. I once debated Stephen Miller. I don't remember fully what the subject was. Way back when. This is when he was the chief guy for the former attorney general.
Certainly wasn't hair.
No, it wasn't hair. And I got to say, he ranks right up there with Christie, maybe even better, as far as it's like, whoa, man, this guy, it's ferocious coming at you. It's unbelievable stuff. You're both thrilled, and you're thinking, oh, man, I can see his mind right now as he's saying this stuff. What's the counter? You're stupid. So here on CNN, right out of the box, when the guy says, well, people are saying what you guys are doing is you're just profiling black and brown people. Can you deny that? Here's Miller.
Is it the case that, as Pritzker frames it, you are profiling brown people, that this immigration crackdown is designed to go after people of color?
It's such a, oh, what a dumb question. The illegal aliens who are here are taking jobs away from blacks. They're taking jobs away from whites. They're taking jobs away from Latinos. They're taking their health benefits away. They're taking their school slots away. And of course, in many cases, they're committing heinous crimes. We cannot have a system of law in this country that privileges illegal aliens over American citizens. And that's what they're doing. You know it, and I know it.
So that's not exactly a no, Stephen. Can you just unequivocally state that the immigration policy... I said it's a dumb question. Okay.
Well,
I appreciate
no,
that, but
and it's a dumb question.
So no, this policy is not designed.
I thought when I said it was a dumb question, it meant no.
Well, I just want to be clear and precise. I appreciate you trying to qualify my questions, but nevertheless, I think it's a fair one that a lot of people have.
My full answer is no. That is a lie, and it's a dumb question.
Yeah, he's one of the best that I've seen on this type of thing. You almost want to be face-to-face with him. It's more intriguing. I put him up there. Look, we're down on Christie, I get it, but on his feet, he's still, at least my struggles with him, was unbelievable. All right, I got more of that. At 12:30, we're going to talk with the guy I told you about this issue in Jersey. You know how RFK, in a big way, brought a lot of people, particularly women that supported the stuff that he was into the Trump camp, and they continue to be there. He's now issued a directive that all medical schools must provide satisfactory training in nutrition. Rowan and I think Drexel have said, yeah, they already are doing that. Startling, huh? That is a great, you're going to have to check that box. You're going to have to prove to us that you're actually training future doctors, I guess nurses to a degree, in nutrition. Apparently, that's not regulated yet. He's making it regulated now. So this Jersey conference, Chitterelli was under fire because the claim was that he's palling around with people that are anti-vax in Jersey. He went to this gala. We got the guy behind this. And is that an issue that's going to intrigue enough people that are, maybe they're not conservative. Maybe they don't vote that often, but they are interested in health vis-a-vis the RFK stuff. Could they be half a point to a point in Jersey, which could be the critical end to this whole thing? So we'll talk with him in a few minutes. Side question today, of course, yesterday we told you gearing up for the big comeback. President Trump, what was it, May 14th, 2024, there in Wildwood. It was enormous. I still don't know if it was 100,000 in Wildwood, but it was packed. It was unbelievable. And we were there at Mulligan's. So this is kind of and it's being billed as a return, a sequel, if you will. A comeback is what we're looking for. Don't think just movies today. I'll take off the board the most obvious sequel movie type, Godfather 2. Greatest movie in history, in my view. As far as a comeback, a sequel, of course, Trump, and Trump's never the answer. We don't allow, because then we'd have to fight over, the right. Trump comeback. I got a bigger comeback, maybe. Alcohol. Prohibition knocks alcohol out, and then alcohol makes a comeback legally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
I thought when I hit this last night.
That's actually really clever.
No, thank you. I thought that would be said. You're making up now for that jersey a little bit. All right. I got two others that are political figures. I won't say yet to give people a chance, but we're looking for both a sequel, a comeback, however you'd like to phrase it. Don't think just movies, though. Henry, what's yours?
How about, I'm not going to take a movie, but how about the plot within a movie? How about the story of Roy Hobbs?
Right.
Roy Hobbs was on his way to a big tryout across the country when he got the opportunity to strike out the Whammer, a.k.a. probably Babe Ruth, I would like to think that is, back in the day.
Sure.
The Whammer, strikes out the Whammer. A woman asks him, are you the next one? Are you the next great one? He says, yeah, I think so. Turns out she was a serial killer who was going after all the greatest athletes at the time and shot the man. Years later, 15 years later, I believe it was, Roy Hobbs returns to the field and takes the New York Knights all the way to the pennant.
Not a pitcher now, even though when he pitched, they couldn't hit it.
Yeah. The one time they pitched, they're like, let's see it, Roy. And he throws 100, and they go, oh, my goodness.
Well, I think allegedly the Phillies' third baseman, Eddie Watkins, was shot by a woman. And I don't know if that's the premise of some of this. He wasn't.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Was he a natural? I've never heard of this guy until right now.
No, he was a pretty good player, but that's what I was always told. The natural got that from. And
I heard that's what I heard too. Like it was actually based off of something that happened.
The book, spoiler alert, doesn't end with him hitting a home
run.
Oh man, you can't have that. I tell you, Roe hates unhappy endings. You can't have that. He strikes out, and we're sitting there. What the heck in the movie theaters?
It was all the bat.
Yeah, it was all the bat. Yeah.
The other one I'm gonna take off. How about Tiger Woods? After all his family turmoil. Getting into a car accident, ruining his back a little bit. Took him 11 years to reclimb that mountaintop and win another major, culminating in the 2019 Masters.
Absolutely. He's still out there lurking. I have the lifetime bet with Luke that Jack Nicklaus will have one more by the time it's all said and done. So,
yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, well, Tiger Woods, you never know. I mean, it's to win 3 more majors to tie would be unbelievable. All right. What's yours, Andrew?
So sticking with the realm of sports, talking about particular game in history, the Buffalo Bills 1992 wildcard game against the Tennessee, or I think they were still the Houston Oilers. They were down 35-3 at halftime, and they made one of the I believe it still is the largest comeback in NFL postseason history. And sticking in the realm of football, one of the probably, at least when I was growing up as a kid, it was probably one of the most entertaining things to watch. A comeback as far as a career. Doug Flutie was drafted, played for the Chicago Bears in the early 90s, late 80s, and then fell off. He was an undersized quarterback. Nobody really gave him that much.
5'8",
and later on he had a revived career, took the Buffalo Bills to the playoffs twice, unfortunately didn't get very far. But that story, I'll never forget. Watching Doug Flutie take the Buffalo Bills and turning that franchise around, at least for the couple years that he was there. I thought that was cool.
I met Doug Flutie.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice guy.
I heard he's a very nice guy.
Very nice guy.
Very genuine.
Definitely all of 5'8".
Can he throw a football 40 yards? Get him the ball again.
Yeah, he looks in great shape.
With the Bridgestone football, football, he definitely could.
Well, that's what we're using.
Yeah.
That's right.
Football.
60 yards he could probably throw.
Well, now we're getting a little crazy, but okay. All that's on tap for Friday. All right, hit us with that. Not just a movie sequel, but a sequel in the sense of coming back, the second time around or third time around, that sort of thing. I have two biggies, both with N in their last name, that were unbelievable comebacks. But that's what Wildwood is. It is the comeback again, back again. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. And we'll talk. Is this medical freedom stuff going to make a difference in the Jersey race? Jack Cettarelli's embracing it. Mikey Sherrill's on the other side with the mask and the shutdown of schools and all that. Does that work now in Jersey? Freedom in general is the Cettarelli campaign, not so much the Mikey Sherrill campaign. And again, thanks to Johnny for jumping in as we were talking about that yesterday. You got to come and sample one of his pork rolls, egg sandwiches. All right, Henry, I ate the oysters the last time, sort of. This is even more dangerous territory for me.
Wait, you've never had pork roll?
No. Well, before I became a vegetarian. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Sure,
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, this is like, take it away. But I will eat this. Not for the cause, for Johnny. I mean, anything he asks me.
Anything for Johnny.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
Gotta do it for Johnny, man.
Hey, we got this fish over here. It doesn't look so good. All right, Johnny, cook it up there. I got to meet his chef. He's got a guy that does different stuff every night. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. That's the way that you're going to get on board. Great guests coming up, but you right now on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. What a day. The big rally October 10th in Wildwood for Jack Cettarelli, but just as good, the pregame show at Mulligan's, the Summer White House, noon until 3. Big guests, maybe some gravy thrown in. Join me this Friday, October 10th, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood at Mulligan's.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Win your share of $500,000 in prizes at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the Strike It Rich drawing.
Earn entries now through October 25th for your chance to win weekly prizes. On October 25th, 5 grand prize winners will win $25,000 worth of gold bullion. The $500,000 Strike It Rich drawing. Win your share of $500,000 in prizes only at Borgata.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano show. So here is a New Hampshire Democrat candidate with a reporter just wanting to get her on record saying, yes, I condemn political violence. Now go away. Here's how it sounded.
Stephanie Shaheen, do you condemn political violence? Do you condemn political violence? Do you think that the rhetoric needs to be toned down right now? Do you condemn political violence? That seems like a pretty simple question, ma'am. Is murdering someone because of their politics wrong? Is murder socially unacceptable? Do you condemn political violence?
Oh, my God. What would it take to say yes? Or to the Stephen Miller answer?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I was like, okay. Is that fall under the Stephen Miller category? Does he have to say it?
Yeah, I would go for that, sure. To say, do I have to say it? That's a dumb question. Why are you trying to do that? Talk about something serious. I'd be fine. But the non-answer and no national Democrat is saying this guy should quit. They're saying it's wrong. It's horrible. And again, the part that you're not seeing enough in the media, you get the initial thing, the joke, you have 2 bullets, who you're shooting and all that. He wants to put both bullets in the head of the guy that was the former speaker. But the part that's broader, which Democrats are engaging in big numbers endorsing, is to say that he would like to see the children of that guy in the arms of the mother shot, killed, so that Republicans would feel pain. They would see what their policies are doing, the pain of it. Now, this is something they don't often enunciate. They like to see the kids killed. But they often enunciate that. And it's more and more frequently that we see stories. This one is beyond the pale. You just can't imagine this guy, particularly as Attorney General. But more and more, this is the mentality. All righty, side question today, the big sequel, The Return to Wildwood. So we're looking for a return, a comeback, or a sequel. I have some political figures that did it, but I'd love to hear yours. And if it's a movie, that's fine. Doesn't have to be. You know, I think it was only a year or two. Now, maybe it was more than a year or two that alcohol was illegal. People still drank it somewhat, but it was illegal. It was a bigger deal. Then it made a comeback. I mean, it's the only amendment thing where they say, nah, never mind about that other amendment. You know, I think if your amendment gets knocked out, it shouldn't be an amendment anymore. It ought to drop out. It was nullified. It's not an amendment.
No.
Oh, you think you like the history of it?
Yeah, because were we going to bump all the rest of them up, or are you just going to like take that one out and just?
I'm going to bump them up. I'll tell you the one I would get rid of. It might be an interesting thing. The amendment that I get rid of right now, because it's a joke. It's a pretend thing. If we're serious, we got to calculate this better, is the 25th Amendment about taking out the president, from office.
Like, it's thrown around a lot.
Yeah, and it's completely ineffectual, the formula that's sort of been comes out of this. We need a different formula. It's not easy. I mean, I agree with it, but there's got to be Biden wasn't taken out, wasn't even a move to do it.
Yeah.
So how does that amendment effective? You got to put something in there that would be some metric that would make it effective. All right, David in Lexington, South Carolina first. Hey, David, welcome in.
Hey, Don, how you doing?
Good.
Really, the big comeback's going to be when you come back to South Carolina and eat some grits.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Now, wait, bad enough. You know what it was like for me to eat that raw oyster? And I want it on the record. I saw the tape. Slow down. I did actually eat some of it. Maybe. But the pork roll sandwich for Johnny and the cheese and the breakfast stuff. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's going to be so good. Come on.
Well, I'll say this is probably equally repulsive to you, but I think it's a good one. Is Marion Barry. I mean, the guy was convicted of prostitution and drugs and everything and gets reelected.
And it wasn't just cocaine. It was crack cocaine, and I think it was a prostitute. And he said, the blank set me up. Well, live on camera. Yeah, Marion Barry I interviewed once. There was a lot of sweating. The guy was a big sweater. Thank you, David. I don't know if we've ever done that as a side, all-time sweaters. James Brown would probably get my vote. Okay, so we got the guy coming up on the medical stuff here in Jersey. Is that going to make a difference? Here, yesterday, President Trump, I'm not going to play it. I'll just summarize. It was on Newsmax with Greg Kelly, the former police commissioner's son. And in the middle of it, Trump said he didn't know who Bad Bunny was, but that he sucks anyhow with the NFL. And then, I've seen this up close. When Trump fixates on something, you know what he starts complaining about? The new kickoff rule, where nobody can move until the ball is there. He just cannot.
He's not watching that.
Not abide by that. Yeah, the Bad Bunny was enough. Bad Bunny starting to come up. So here is Whoopi Goldberg's solution. This is cut 9. What Whoopi suggests white Super Bowl attendees should show up as if they want to, I guess, protest Bad Bunny.
You're always funny too, Whoopi.
One thing I thought of, though, Christine Nome, the one who killed the dog.
Cricket.
She killed Cricket, yeah.
Puppy.
Who does that? Who shoots a puppy? Only her. Anyway, she's threatening to go to the Super Bowl when Bad Bunny is there and round up all these people that are illegal immigrants. Do you think that she would go if it was Garth Brooks or Eminem or Taylor Swift or any other white person?
Let me understand what you're saying, because she's going to go to the Super Bowl and round up. How's she going to know who's who?
Because the Supreme Court has given permission to question anyone who has a Spanish accent, who has a dark skin.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Everybody, get a little cocoa butter, sit in the sun. That's the first thing. and this is the only time you can probably ever do this, give yourself a Latin accent.
Whoopi, that is such a good idea.
And see if she can tell who's who.
During the
all right, that's enough. We got it. That's our dose of the day. Will they bring in Alec Baldwin's wife to do the fake Spanish accent coaching? Just asking. I think she'd be, next up on The View. Yeah. All right, we're going to talk to Matt Connolly, and this really intrigued us, of course, from Matt Rooney, who we hope to have on the next couple of days, SaveJersey.com. Jack Cettarelli, there was a lot. Yeah, he's a writer from SaveJersey.com, among other things, and wrote this piece about this gala that was held a week or so ago of Maha types. All right, Make America Healthy Again in Jersey. Freedom, medical freedom. Let them break it down, what that means. And Jack was criticized. They said these are just the anti-vaxxers. Here's the thing, though. Does Jersey have, at least a fair number of people? These people that RFK brought over to Trump are getting what they want. We just told you about a couple things today. And they're part of the Trump coalition. And they voted in astounding numbers. And they're women. This all matters in a close race, and this is going to be close. So Matt is next. Keep the calls coming on the comeback, 855-839-1210. Let's talk, though, first for a moment. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. They support a healthy heart and cholesterol levels, reduce inflammation, and promote joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things that I do for my health. Now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue's omega-3 supplements. Right now, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue omega-3 supplement including their most popular Rescue 1250. Call 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483, or use that code OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember, the code is OMEGA50. That's OMEGA50. Buy one, get another Rescue Omega 3 absolutely free. All that at res-q.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Elevate your dining space in time for the holidays with Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20% on dining room pieces, tables, chairs, credenzas, and sideboards, break fronts and china cabinets, servers, even chandeliers, perfect for hosting family and friends. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code DINING25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Sale runs October 8th through 15th. Some exclusions apply.
Now that the summer wind has come and gone, come fly with me to the Philly Pops for Luck Be a Lady, the music of Frank Sinatra and Tony Bennett. Hi, I'm Eddie Bruce. Join me and fellow vocalist Kelly LeVeque alongside the incredible musicians of the Philly Pops as we celebrate two of the greatest voices of all time. Don't miss this incredible performance, an unforgettable night of swinging standards, classic hits, and rich arrangements. Tickets are going fast. Visit phillypops.org today.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
We have one more day with high temperatures a good 10 degrees above average. It'll be partly sunny today with a high of around 82. For tonight, clouds increase with some showers arriving late tonight, low 65. And for Wednesday, morning showers and some sunshine for the afternoon. It'll be breezy and cooler with a high 74.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Yeah, Zara of Trenton wants a ruling. Is it a violation to have pork roll and pizza? Of course it is.
I don't think so.
Oh, my God.
Salty? I think that'd be great. It's like bacon.
Oh, God. All right, you can on YouTube and everywhere else let Henry know what a ridiculous thing that is. I don't think there'll be any pizza with pork roll on it at Johnny's on Friday. But speaking of healthful diets, like the pork roll sandwich, breakfast sandwich, oh, my God, Matt Connolly is with us Matt wrote this piece. He's a writer, SaveJersey.com, the Matt Rooney Shop. Serves on the board of directors for the New Jersey Health Innovation PAC. And there was this big gala that in the end, Jack Ciattarelli attended. So what, Dom? It's a gala. No, these are people, think of, I would say, you know what, Matt, tell me if he thinks that's accurate. The RFK fans that have come into the Trump coalition. That's what it reminds me of. So there was some controversy there because Mikey Sherrill's still in the masking era. Let's go to Matt on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Matt, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Great piece at SaveJersey.com. Would you say people at that gala were like the RFK coalition, RFK Jr.?
Hey, Dom, thank you for having me. Appreciate your time. To answer your question, yeah, there's certainly a lot of overlap there. What's going on at that level with RFK and HHS, there's a lot of good and unprecedented things happening. It doesn't mean necessarily that, every item is something that, we necessarily are on board with or agree with, but in general, certainly a lot of overlap, and a lot of the audience there is very enthusiastic about RFK and about MAHA. So, yeah, that's true.
I think it was sold out. You had 300 people. I'm hoping, like what we saw on the national level, there's enough of a sliver, Matt, of maybe some people. I've had some of the MAHA people on, and, they were not conservative or necessarily Trumpian, but because Trump was going to put in a lot of these reforms, they went with him and still are happy about that. Matt, what is it? What reform or what restriction or what the people at the banquet, what are some of the things? It seems to center on vaccination a bit, but there are a lot of parental rights issues. What are some of them?
Yeah, well, these things all overlap. So, at the very core, it's really simple, and it comes down to the freedom to make medical decisions, for ourselves and certainly for our families. So I'm with, NJ5PAC. It's the New Jersey Public Health Innovation Political Action Committee. So, and just very briefly give you an overview there. We're a grassroots, independent PAC. We're dedicated to protecting and advancing medical freedom and parental rights, particularly within the realm of medical decision-making. So that's our primary focus. And we launched in NJ5PAC in 2020, my fellow board members and I, with the purpose of giving what was already a very vibrant and formidable grassroots movement a political presence in a way that hadn't existed up until that point. And it's a more formal and specific political presence. So we engage elected representatives and candidates. We establish a dialogue, and when possible, we share information and perspective with them and listen to them as well, which is important. And then we support those candidates who meet our criteria, and hopefully over time, slowly changing the electorate, the legislature, and hopefully very soon, the big seat, the governor's mansion.
What would the governor do? What is one thing by executive action or by the people I guess it's the people he appoints to in the health department statewide, that would go a long way?
Absolutely. That's a really important point. Health commissioner right off the bat, and that brings up something that's very relevant and which Jack spoke about and also included in his letter to parents and families, which was kind of sort of released at the event. But the Department of Health currently is in the process of making rule changes, it's called, which are sort of a backdoor attempt to make things tougher for us, certainly, for parents who want to have the maximum amount of freedom to be able to take care of our kids as our kids need us to take care of them. And it's sort of a bypass of the legislature. As you may know, back in the end of 2019 and beginning of 2020, they tried to remove the religious exemption, which is sort of the kind of the fundamental piece, which, piece of last resort, where it's the one avenue for parents to be able to make that decision. And they came very close, and, there's a whole story there. It was kind of dramatic, and thanks to some very courageous lawmakers and many, many thousands of determined citizens, parents mostly, that was averted. So what's happening now is sort of back to, they don't want to go that route again. It was also very embarrassing, I think in a certain sense for some people. But, through the Department of Health, they're making some more subtle changes, which even if they don't remove the religious exemption, what they can do is affect its practical utility. It can make it difficult to actually exercise it. So the governor can affect that both by moving to have some of those repealed, and also, as you point out, it's a great point, just by his power to put certain positions.
Does Jersey have, and the Supreme Court today with Colorado, which does have this, they were hearing the case where if the child says they want gender-affirming care in Colorado as it stands, well, that's what has to happen. Parents be damned, essentially. Does Jersey have any things that restrict parents who don't want to go down the so-called gender-affirming care? And I guess also we know, I think the Attorney General, Matt, says that New Jersey should not give out any information to the parent when the kid wants to go by a different pronoun or different name in school.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind saying, I think that's crazy. And I would say that where New Jersey is, we're moving down that road. We're actually on the precipice.
Okay.
So there have been numerous. It's kind of like a slippery slope, and it's not the one thing, as the saying goes. So they've been introducing, and in some cases passing, but a lot of the introduction of legislation which seeks in different ways to remove or just maybe even distance the parents from their children, from their care, from their education. And these all have sort of a synergistic effect if, the more they come through. And next thing you know, things like what you're talking about in Colorado can be the law of the land here in New Jersey. So we're not far from it, and it's one of the main reasons why, Election Day coming up, you have such a clear choice on those very basic, issues at the top of the ticket, in terms of the governor's race. And so it's really very important.
Well, I'm looking at the contrast, too, Matt, at Save Jersey. Inside your article, Jack Ciattarelli versus Mikey Sherrill. Keep men and boys out of girls' sports and bathrooms. Yes, Ciattarelli. No, Mikey Sherrill. Protect parental rights and families. Yes, Ciattarelli. Mikey, no. Oppose surgical gender mutilation experiments. Yes, Jack. No, Mikey. And sue Catholic nuns in hospitals. No, Jack. Yes, Mikey Sherrill. I mean, this is an area of clear contrast. And, Matt, the way that you write in this banquet, Jack must be measuring this because, as you know, in a place like Jersey, you get labeled anti-vaxxer and all that stuff. For him to go shows political courage, and I think a sense that the issue is ripe, that there are people in Jersey that are going to vote on things like just what we're talking about.
Absolutely, and I think that's really an important point. It did show political courage, and we really appreciated that. It also shows what you said. I think Jack, in addition to standing up for what he believes is right, he's also a smart guy, and he's running for governor, and he's made a political calculation. He's sensing the winds of change, and things are changing. And just as you just read that piece there, which I believe came from Sean Hyland's organization, it's very simple when you look at it that way. Of course, things aren't always that simple, but that's one perspective to really put things in a very simple format. And so I think our event and Jack's attendance, and you mentioned the anti-vax thing. In this case, there were articles that came out even before the event, which I think was a sort of preemptive strike to hit Jack with the anti-vax label and maybe hope to have him sort of, be a no-show and that sort of thing. And so he really, I think, did the right thing and showed up. And it shows that those labels are becoming less and less relevant, and fewer people really believe in them anymore. It's really
exactly. Well, Matt, it's a pleasure. Keep us in the pipeline because I'm really hoping this takes off. And I think it's going to be a close election, and I think this really spurs turnout and the right stuff. Where do we find you, Matt? Where do people go to see your group?
Well, you can go to our website. It's NJ5PAC, PHIPAC.org. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. Those are not my areas of expertise. So, I would say Google them and, go to our website and you'll find those. But we're out there for sure.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks for coming on. To be continued.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
You are welcome. All right. Is this, I'm not going to go crazy how many votes or how many people in this, but this is part of the Trump coalition. And I think in Jersey, you got to recognize any kind of coalition like this in the end that you can get could help to be determinative, given where I think we're headed here. In a very close election, turnout will be it. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in on the side question, the comeback that we're looking for, or sequel, because this is a comeback to Wildwood. I'm going to take off just to give you a all-time comeback. Napoleon. My God, how many times did they send him off into exile? That maniac. I don't think I've read enough about this guy. He was maniacal beyond maniacal.
Oh, he's determined more than anybody. Maybe
Oh,
in
yeah,
history.
exactly. I mean, goes into Russia, survives that, comes out. Yeah. It was St. Helena's. It was Elba. I don't know, there was another island they sent him to. Can you imagine him on that island pacing back and forth?
Just plotting.
He gave us a great dessert. He gave us the hat. He gave us the hand inside the coat jacket.
Gave us a word for just a short guy with a
Napoleon-
big complex.
That's the thing I was going to say. They said historically, they actually say he's not as short as like he's the legend proclaims him to be. Everybody says like, oh, he was only 5'4", 5'5".
Yeah.
But there are historians who have accounts where he was actually closer to 5'9" or 5'10".
He's wearing
myths. And Roe always says to me, what difference, why do we always hear this about height? Have you seen that AOC says Stephen Miller is about my height? And Stephen Miller tells Hannity he's 5'10" in stocking feet.
Oh gosh, that's a short guy move right there. Saying that.
At least you know what my coaching would be. I'll have you know I'm 5'10" and 3/8. When you put that little bit in, people think you must be telling the truth.
Yeah, you're telling the truth, but I also say, you're short.
Well, I don't know if I'm 6'1" and 1/4 or not. I like saying it though. So
I know my exact measurement, but I don't say it. I just go 6'2".
Okay.
Well, that's like you only say the half or the 3/4. Like the only people who get to say that are kids.
Yeah, in middle school when everyone's growing.
Right. They say their age. Oh, I'm 3 7/8. Yeah. It's like okay.
I'm still using it. So
all right.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
All right. 855-839-1210. Get on board. Coming up, the great Johnny Z. At Mulligan's, yes, we are having his version of the Taylor pork roll breakfast sandwich is on the menu. It's a very flexible menu. One moment, raw oysters, gravy, even though he's a sauce guy. I'm working that lineup. I got some variations of it for the big speech with Jack Cettarelli. Long may gravy. Mikey Sherrill's probably saying, I don't know this crowd. They might boo me. I know he's always the sauce guy. He might be egging him on. If he says sauce, let him have it. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's talk Martin Water. Great folks over there. My friends at Martin Water Conditioning are celebrating their 52nd anniversary with the biggest saving event of the year. Now through the end of October, save on better water for your entire family. We've enjoyed crystal clear drinking water in the Giordano home for years thanks to Martin Water Conditioning. Great opportunity for you to do the same. We love it. And the Martin Water Conditioning family is incredible to work with. Nobody is as passionate about, I tell you all the time, that free water test when they show you the impurities. Save up to $500 on select systems for your home. You want to improve your drinking water? Martin's is offering $100 off the Kinetic OK5 drinking system. Save $40 off the UV sterilizers. Special 24-month financing is available to those who qualify. Already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central Pennsylvania locations. For details, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. That's martinwater.com. The sale ends October 31st. Give your family the gift of better water this fall.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
If Larry Krasner accepts your invitation to come out and debate, I will donate $500 to Larry Krasner's charity of choice.
Wow. We will donate $100 to Larry Krasner's charity of choice if he comes out to debate us.
And I feel very confident in giving up $500 that I can't afford to because I know he won't show up. We should have people in this city with bigger platforms that are challenging this guy. It shouldn't just be Frank or Talk Radio 1210.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Looking to grow your money? First Harvest Credit Union is celebrating its newest branch location in Voorhees, New Jersey, with a limited time 8.5% annual percentage yield share or IRA certificate for 13 months. Visit our Voorhees branch at 6 Haddonfield Berlin Road to open the account. Learn more at firstharvestcu.com/grand opening. Membership restrictions apply. Offer available to new members only with maximum deposit amount of $1,000 in new money. Insured by NCUA.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives and the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade. Not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. By the way, I told you yesterday, animal welfare is a big part now of the MAHA agenda. RFK Jr., no more of these experimentations on animals unless absolutely necessary. It's widespread. Dr. Fauci was incredibly bad in this. Also, Zach Bryan teases the new song, Bad News. ICE is going to bust down your door. Is this guy a country guy or what? He's one of the more successful, but his muse, his mentor is Bruce Springsteen. Do we have any of that, Henry? Were you able to find it? All right, let me hear a little bit of this, and we'll talk with Johnny Z coming up about Mulligans. But country music, there's this segment of it that is not exactly in the, let's say, center of the universe, because I was wondering, why was Dixie Chicks today trending unbelievable? You remember the Dixie Chicks when they went overseas, they did it too. They were a pretty big group at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
People prefer their cover of Landslide to Fleetwood Mac's.
Yeah. Oh, all right. I don't know if Zach Bryan is asking for trouble here as he bashes ICE and says Bruce Springsteen stops banging. Here's a little taste.
I gotta cut it there.
Okay.
A little
How about the ice busting?
It's not PG for air.
I know.
Yeah.
They're about the cops, right? Do we have the busting down the door?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, okay. All right. So, look, I know country music's random. His friends are all degenerates. It's generational. And this guy's at the top of the line, but then he pivots toward attacking ice and telling us, remember country music, remember Dixie Chicks? He sees the red, white, and blue fading. Or here's a little bit more of Zach Bryan. All right, so the bad news, the fading of the red, white, and blue because of ice busting down doors, and no houses can get built because people that are here illegally are not there to build. That's what I take from it. All right? This is going to be a Dixie Chicks moment. This guy is wildly successful. I've seen him. I mean, I've heard some of his stuff, Henry. He's billed as the biggest storyteller or creative writer in country music. I don't know enough.
Yeah. No, he's a great artist. I've seen him live. Okay. He's very good.
All right. So, again, there was that woman who was really hot for a while that wrote stuff that country music fans really, it seems to be outside the zone. I realize it's more diverse now, the thought process. It's not as it used to be. The rich guy and others immediately on Twitter, there's like a fuselage, and then bringing Bruce Springsteen into it. That's a good move. So if you're a Zach Bryan fan, be aware of this. The ice busting down the door. His slur at cops, we had to bleep there too. Cops are a problem too with
MFer.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we have to. And suddenly he pivots from that to the fading of the red, white, and blue. It's about the woman he's missing, fading of the red, white, and blue. These guys will do anything. I mean, they don't follow any script. This is
no.
Right,
what comes from the heart.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't gibberish, but okay. Coming up, Johnny Z. What's on the menu Friday? What else can we expect? And we'll give you some of the guest list already coming that we know of. Then, of course, the big rally with Rich for 4 big hours over at Seaport. All right, you get in though at 855-839-1210.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall and find yourself that new or certified luxury vehicle you've been wanting. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are here to assist you in your unique vehicle search. The Piazza Premium family featuring dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
All right, it is Dom time. Before we go to Johnny Z at Mulligan's, yesterday on this show, we were, looking for all the stuff we usually like to do when we go to the summer White House. And what pops up but Mikey Sherrill from Virginia, of all places, dissing the South Jersey favorite, pork roll. All right, so Mikey's a little bit AWOL today. We'll get to that in a second, but of course we are headed down to Mulligan's once again. The pregame show, noon until 3, right there on Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood, and then Rich 4 big hours over at the Seaport, which is at the very end of the board, almost at the very end of the boardwalk in North Wildwood, and the guest list continues to grow. All right, let's go to Johnny Z over at Mulligan's on Talk Radio 1210. Johnny, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Tom. Good to talk to you. Thanks for having me in.
Well, I'm so glad we have another opportunity. Now we need new shirts. By the way, are there any shirts left of the Summer White House?
There are, and they will be available for sale on Friday.
Excellent. We're glad to hear that. We may have to come up with a fall edition since this is officially fall. And Wildwood keeps on coming up. I remember when we were there, I think it was May 14th, that Saturday when Trump came to town. And, of course, that's where people stopped off first and then come back afterward with this big rally, Johnny. You graciously have been listening, and you're going to offer what on Friday?
Well, I've been listening to the great Taylor pork roll ham debate for the last couple of days, and I got to say, since I was a little kid, going back to when we owned Tony's up in North Wildwood, it's always been on our menu. It's always been Taylor pork roll. It'll always be Taylor pork roll, as far as I'm concerned, much to the chagrin of, Chef Andrew Gruel.
Yes.
Yeah, great guy, fantastic restaurants and food, but he insists Taylor ham. And that's where we have a disconnect there. But, Taylor pork roll and cheese is on our menu all the time at Mulligan's. But I was thinking, we got to do something a little different with that. So we run a special once in a while, a breakfast sandwich, a pork roll, egg, and cheese for lunch special. And I said, yeah, maybe we'll do that. And then I'm listening to Kale and Company this morning, and the corporate shill, who I love, Greg Stocker, is deriding pork roll as disgusting. And I said, well, that's it. That's what we're going to run for a lunch special. Is going to be a pork roll, egg, and cheese, and that's going to be that. And I'll send one to Greg if he would so much like.
Oh, God. All right, so now this is my reprise, as a vegetarian, but for you and for this, I certainly have to indulge. I don't want any cameras rolling, though, like the raw oysters incident that we had.
Well, if it's not on film, then it didn't happen. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to get some kind of video evidence.
John, do you think we're hearing massive turnout, still bigger guests, and the Seaport is a great location for this? We expect, nothing's going to be like Trump coming there, but this has national influencers, a lot of volunteers, a lot of people, and it really shows Jack Ciattarelli, the enthusiasm factor is high.
Yeah, agreed. I've been paying attention to, obviously, because, it's in town, but in general, Mike Donahue has done here, along with Matt Rooney and some others, and they have some unbelievable people coming in. Scott Pressler, I know, is going to be there. Benny Johnson's going to be there. I think Jack Posobiec is coming. These are national figures. These are heavy hitters in the conservative universe. So, I mean, that's pretty amazing. Of course, it's not going to be as big as the Trump rally, obviously, but a couple thousand people on the boardwalk for Jack. That's something to be said.
Exactly, and 3 bloviators, not 3 amigos, Matt Rooney, Rich Cioli, and me. I mean, that right alone is a bill that ought to be over the top of Mulligan's. My God.
It certainly is, and I wouldn't have it any other way. There's 3 of you guys up there now. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, John, thank you. And again, I'd encourage people, it's a pregame show. Get a great lunch. Get that special concoction you've come up with here, somewhat despite Greg Stocker, which we always like doing. And then after the rally, what's on the menu? People, we tell them this all the time. We call it the Summer White House, but you and your chef come up with different stuff every night. It's not just the typical food you would expect. What do you have on Friday night?
Not sure what is happening Friday night as far as what our chef is doing, but yeah, we do. Again, you want to come in for some appetizers and pub fare, we have that. You want to come in for full dinners and all, we have that. Every night we run different dinner specials, different appetizer specials. It's just a whole mixed bag.
310 West Hildreth Avenue, right near the Acme.
That's exactly right.
And is there anybody honored now? Do you have that beer keg? The last time, we think Paula Scanlon's coming to my show. Henry, we don't know yet, but if we got these people, who would be the biggest that deserves Johnny's shined-up
polished keg?
The polished keg to be put in the parking spot. Let's see here. John, I have a list. The artist, Scott Labato, and I think...
Is he coming?
We're working on him. Yes, as we speak.
Oh, he'd be great. He's wild.
So you think
he would be unbelievable.
He's worthy of the. He's worthy of that, huh? All right.
He's up there. I have to hear some of the other contenders. Paula Scanlon always is, one of the top. Linda Kearns, we still have to get a keg with her name on it. Scott Pressler, the same.
Okay. All right, we'll give you the list, and then we'll determine who gets that parking spot. John,
the coveted keg.
Yeah, and we're going to vote on Taylor pork roll this time versus the other. We're hoping to find one person to take the other side so we can have some fun with it.
Well, if anybody argues for Taylor ham, they're flagged for life, and that's going to be the end of it.
Now, wait a minute. I had to sit there as gravy went down to a defeat that was unprecedented.
That's right, as it should have. As it should have.
Your wife is the cook at home, right?
That's right, and again, she's from South Philly, so she was born with gravy. I was born with sauce, and that's why we call it gravy sauce in this household.
All right,
that's the lesser of two evils.
Well, John, thanks for it again. It's going to be a spectacular day as usual. Thank you, John, very much. Thanks for the special menu.
Thanks, Tom. Can't wait to see you.
All right, Johnny Z at Mulligan's here. It's many radios that don't have anybody like this, don't have a place, and we're putting on events 2 hours away from where the radio, relatively, maybe an hour 45. with Rich over at the Seaport from 3 until 7. I'll be noon until 3. 310 West Hildreth Avenue. You have to stop in, get one of those breakfast sandwiches, see me eat it, do the vote. Is there anybody out there? You want to be anonymous? Just hit me on Twitter or something. Even Andrew's here. He wouldn't say Taylor Ham. So this isn't going to be a close vote. Ro wants to know if she can slip in a gravy vote or two. I said, yeah, what the heck?
Third-party candidate.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Third-party candidate. You can still vote gravy. You can't vote sauce. And I've been told with the Bridgestone ball, Henry, the odds makers, Josh Barton just sent me this. He thinks Henry is even money to throw at 40 yards.
Wow.
It depends upon the temperature that day. It's going to be that close. All right. So
like my odds.
I don't know if anybody's showing up with a powdered wig. We talked about that yesterday. All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. At 1:30 today, we're going to talk with the head of the FOP nationally, what they have to say about what went on in Chicago. They obviously told the cops to stand down. They weren't going to come. This is rare, and to have it on tape. Don't go to the aid of the ICE officers that are surrounded. So what's ICE going to do? Have to shoot their way out of some of these things? And yet, ICE is still able to recruit people up and down the line. They have 100,000 or more backlog. The polling indicates about 56% of people in the most recent ones I've seen the last couple of days, they're supportive of what's going on here as far as deportation. All right, 855-839-1210. More calls next with Dom.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming to your calls on the side question here. Hit us with that all-time sequel/comeback playing off what's going on in Wildwood this coming Friday. The Houlihan. And look, I salute her service just like we do. Mikey Sherrill, front page, or really top online of the Inquirer I'm looking at. They bring her in to take on and go after Pete Hegseth. And the Houlihan, Representative Chrissy Houlihan out in Horsey Country in Chester County, goes after him and says the military to her, because of these restrictions, that's what she calls them, on women in combat, what they're really trying to do are recruit 250-pound white guys who are Christian. Whoa, wait a minute here. So where did that come from? All because Hegseth, rightfully saying, the standards of fitness, strength, and things of that nature will be across the board the same. She then falls back on the argument, oh, this is a push-button war. You're not going to see that anymore. Combat is different. I'm sure there are differences, but this idea that none of this matters as far as what Hegseth is talking about is just where they're going to land. And the idea that all they're trying to recruit are 250-pound Christian white men is preposterous. But again, when it suits their purpose, the Inquirer trots out the military experience. They don't tell you Hegseth's. They just put them out there as a sideshow. And of course, with Mikey Sherrill, their report on that, and rightfully so, that's a critical element to her candidacy. But they don't report on the cheating scandal and the failure to be transparent about why she couldn't walk in graduation. We're still back to that again and again and again. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. And Phil, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, always a pleasure. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks, Phil.
On this day, it's actually a solemn day, October 7th, but I got to believe the number one resilient comeback is Israel, day after day, year after year. There is no better strength than Israel.
That is a great one, particularly on this day. Couldn't agree more exactly. Henry, this is Cut 25. Josh Shapiro is out there with a new ad, and I'm telling you what Scott Presler, others too, what Scott Presler has done here with the Supreme Court race, just around under a month away in Pennsylvania, 3 up for retention, has them scared to death. Listen to what Shapiro leads with about why we should keep these 3 rogue justices, the 3 that were involved, and you can have your vote arrive 3 days after the deadline. Don't put the date on it right. Don't do anything. It still counts if you're a Democrat. The gerrymandering they did that they ran on. Something that people forget about because of the other stuff. They're the ones that determine if you're out in the suburbs, you're not paying enough money in your taxes to fund failures like the Philadelphia Public Schools, like the Norristown Public Schools, another all-time failure, up and down the line. You're not paying enough. They're the ones that change that, and by law are demanding more. So this has become a national story, a lot of money spent. Here's what Josh Shapiro, though, leads with, telling people why, from his side, you have to keep these 3 Supreme Court justices.
Here in Pennsylvania, the threats to our freedoms are very real. That's why we need to keep our state Supreme Court standing up for what's right. I hope you'll join me in voting yes to retain Justices Donahue, Doherty, and Wecht. They've proven we can count on them to protect a woman's access to abortion and birth control and stand up for all our freedoms. Vote yes for a Supreme Court that protects us.
All right, if you notice in there, what is the go-to? Of course, the only specific in there versus these vague freedoms, abortion. And throwing in birth control, I don't know from where or for what, that they're allegedly engaged in standing up for. But this race is going to be a turnout thing, and the mail-in balloting is starting to illustrate this. As far as Republicans doing better with this is definitely winnable. And if that happens, this would be a major, major deal heading to 2026 and, more importantly, 2028. That's what's on the table here. And Presler has taken this backwater and made it, if not front page, a lot of money being spent here. They're worried about this. They know people are aware of it. They can't just run it through Democrat mobs and all and somehow or another get over the finish line. This is going to be close, as difficult as it is. I mean, look, it's more alluring to see the back and forth with Jack Ciattarelli and Mikey Sherrill. But here is the Democrat who is on this morning show with Sean Spicer. It's Mark Halperin, who was formerly on ABC. It's Dan Turrentine, and it's Sean Spicer. You'll hear Spicer, but Dan is the Democrat. Listen to what he says discussing the New Jersey race and also what the narrative will be if Democrats lose, as they possibly could, even in Virginia. I'm doubtful, but this whole thing with the AG there has thrown that race into turmoil. They could lose defending a guy who wants to see a political opponent's wife holding dead babies that I guess he, in his mind, has killed to teach Republicans a lesson. Listen to his analysis of what could happen here.
Sorry, which cut is this?
Okay, this is cut 22.
Okay, hold on. Just give me 1 second here.
Okay.
These are all out of order, as per usual.
All right, so this is the morning show with Halperin.
But here's the problem. They're super nervous in New Jersey, like super nervous about losing New Jersey. Democrats are.
Yeah.
I think people felt pretty good about Virginia. Now they feel less good about Virginia. They're worried. You still have the idea that Mondani may get elected in New York City. And you could be looking at, we lose the shutdown, we lose New Jersey, Virginia is not as rosy as we hoped, and we have a socialist in New York City. That's not the best end of the calendar year for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I agree with Dan. I mean, look, I think New Jersey is I think Jack Ciattarelli wins. And I think in New Jersey, this is the Terry McAuliffe moment. If you remember 4 years ago, this is when Terry made those comments about parents shouldn't be involved in education. Youngkin seized on that, and we wrote a wave to all three constitutional officers in Virginia. But look, this is the idea that, what are we, 3 weeks after Charlie's assassination, 4 weeks, that not one national Dem has been asked to condemn this.
All right, so you heard what he said here. Here's what could happen. They lose on the shutdown, which is really possible. At this point, I think they're losing slightly. The Democrats, they're definitely, in my mind, or almost definitely, probable. Jersey. Virginia is not out of the question because of this guy. The longer this goes on, this is like the McAuliffe moment. And then Mondani winning in New York is another huge loss. If that guy wins, they're going to be asked about nothing else constantly. And he is determined. I mean, what we know he will do versus what he'll really do, how reckless it'll be, is pretty obvious. You put all those together, and that would be the narrative as we start the new year. And it's eminently possible. I mean, the only one I think is going to take a little bit more is Virginia. But Jersey, if there's turnout, Jack Ciattarelli is going to win. If the turnout is tepid, then she could win. That's what it comes down to. And with early voting and everything else, and this big rally, the energy from this rally, particularly social media, I have not seen or been involved in one. Yeah, presidential ones I've seen. I'm talking about a governor's race, particularly in Jersey. I've not seen the staging and what's going on here, and we're told they're going to talk about some even bigger guests potentially around this rally. So all you have to do is register. It's a security thing, et cetera, and stop over Mulligan's first, and Rich's show is going to be unbelievable. All right, we're going to talk with Patrick Yose, who is the president of the National FOP. Here's a little bit, Henry, do we have that Chicago cut? Yes. Here is the Chicago cut where the dispatcher comes on and tells us, and she seems to be, or he seems to be a little bit stunned. This is cut 8 about not responding to help ICE.
Sorry, just give me another second.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. Here on Talk Radio 1210. This is still reverberating with the Chicago head of police telling us that, no, it didn't go down that way. It's all a lie, even though people inside the police department have gone to Fox, apparently several sources, to tell them that's exactly what has happened here. And when you hear this dispatcher, okay, we'll play that before we get the chief. The chief is next. Let's go to Joe in Columbus here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. Dom, when I weigh out all the factorables and the abstracts of why the police won't help out ICE, what's left over to me is they want to see casualties occur in these cities.
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, I think the mayor and the others, and particularly in Chicago and in Portland, they are just unbelievable as far as exactly on that. Yeah, I mean, it's out of control.
There's nothing left but any sane mind to come up with the conclusion your leaders, your town leaders, do not want to protect you in any shape or fashion. So hopefully more people will realize that in the midterms.
Yeah,
God
exactly.
willing.
Exactly right, Joe.
Don, my side answer is it's a Roy Hobbs story. I don't know what came first, but he was drafted as a phenom pitcher. He was throwing 97 miles an hour back when, nobody was throwing 97 except for Randy Johnson. He was a shutdown type of pitcher until he couldn't find the strike zone anymore, and he would throw 9 pass balls a game. And he reinvented himself as an outfielder and made an impact with the St. Louis Cardinals, and that was Rick Ankiel.
Yeah, the Phillies could have used him last night. Now, Joe, you're a neutral party. What did you think of the bunt heard around Philadelphia last night?
Dom, at the moment I saw it, I blame it on the base runner on second base. He did not get a good jump.
Well,
he had plenty of time to go ahead.
I think you can bunt there, but not with Nick Castellanos on second base, and the manager has to put in another runner. Worry about what you're going to put in the outfield. You got to get the run in. You got several options to put another outfielder in. Nick Castellanos, I think we could spot everybody in the room 10 yards, and the guy can't run. I mean,
From day one, when I was ever taught to bunt back in Little League, you're on base, it's hop, go.
Yes,
he was flat-footed.
Yeah,
totally
that's
flat.
true.
He was
That's
only 8 feet off the base. He could have been 16 feet off the base. He would have been safe because that was a good bunt. It was a good bunt.
It was a good bunt. Thank you, Joe. All right, good answer there. We'll talk with the National Police Chief. And do we have that or no? Yeah, okay. Let's hear it first, just to set the stage, and then we'll talk with the chief. Here's how it sounded in Chicago when the call came in from ICE, vehicles being rammed, all out, people coming after them. A classic assist officer. You have to do anything at that point. Here's how it sounded.
And it's backed up by audio of the stand-down order.
Send the cars in that direction. Have them stay put 2 or 3 blocks away, all right? Have them hold tight until I give you further direction, please.
And again, per the Chief of Patrol, we have all the units that, per 999, Chief of Patrol said all units clear out from there. We're not sending anybody over to that location. All right, and 999, just to confirm, 39th Police in Kedzie, they were saying that they were being surrounded by that large crowd, and they were requesting the police were not sending. I'm waving off all the cars heading to 39th Place in Cassie.
Again, those are the orders we're being given.
All right, so we're going to talk with the FOP who has spoken out on this, and what's the repercussions of this? 855-839-1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/try. QUO.com/try.
Politics, the stock market, the Fed. How do you protect your 401k? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the leaves change, it's the perfect time to refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. For over 45 years, we've been family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, delivering quality kitchen and bathroom models you can trust. And now this fall, we're giving you even more to smile about. Enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. Bring warmth, comfort, and style into your home this season with savings you'll love. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
SEPTA riders are seeing massive delays as the Transportation Authority takes half its fleet out of service to comply with a federal inspection order. Iron Hill Brewery has filed for bankruptcy a few weeks after closing all its restaurants, and Children's Hospital of Philadelphia has once again been ranked as one of the best children's hospitals in the country.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Weather sponsored by Moderna.
We have one more day with high temperatures a good 10 degrees above average. It'll be partly sunny today with a high of around 82. For tonight, clouds increase with some showers arriving late tonight, low 65. And for Wednesday, morning showers and some sunshine for the afternoon. It'll be breezy and cooler with a high 74.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Thrilled to bring you Big Issues, Big Guest. And we played you what went on in Chicago. How do you get out of that? Patrick Yost is the national president of the FOP, joins us here in Philadelphia. Officer, welcome in. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Great. Thank you for having me.
Well, how do you read this and then some of the, I'll call it excuse making, you can go wherever you want, of the superintendent of police there in Chicago? The ICE people stand by it. We have that tape, and there's a lot of pausing, and she's being told, at least at the district level, Patrick, that no, they're not going to respond to this.
Look, clearly we have here is an absolute complete breakdown of leadership within the city. Let me be very clear. There are thousands of Chicago police officers who show up every single day and make a difference in the lives of the people they serve. And they're the ones every day that are out there on the streets. They see the crime that's happening in their city. They see the problems. The problem that we have as a society now is that we're more focused on a political ideology than we are on results. And what we're watching now is we're watching this lack of leadership unfold. And you can hear it in the voice of the dispatcher who knows it's not a natural response to say what she was being told to give out to the troops. This is just not what we do. It's not what we stand for. We are eroding the very foundation of public safety because of a political ideology, because we're afraid of who might get credit for it. At the end of the day, what we really have is we have the reality that we have a city that has a violence problem. Now, you could argue, you could show me stats and you can show me numbers to say, hey, we're making good headway. And I'm just look, let's just go back and we'll look in Washington, D.C., because here's a perfect example. In Washington, you could argue that in 2023, they had 265 homicides for that year. And the following year, hey, good progress. They had on only 186. That's a significant drop. But why should we celebrate the fact that we have 186 homicides in Washington, D.C.? I mean, that's 186 lives that are forever changed. You take the same thing and you extrapolate it to Chicago, and we have the same exact problem. So to suggest that we should not be working collectively from all of the resources we have in order to be able to create safer communities is mind-boggling. And how we would say, no, don't come into my city, don't help me. What they should be saying is okay, maybe I might not agree with every step that you have on how we can make our city safer, but let's sit down at the table and figure out a way that we can improve the lives of the people we serve. And we've lost that in political ideology rather than doing what is important. The one essential, probably the most important thing we do as a government, and that is to provide safety and security to the people we serve. And we're failing them in the city of Chicago because of the lack of leadership, not because of the officers on the streets every day that are making that difference, but those that are making those decisions that live in a different world.
I come from a cops family background at several levels. So what this does, too, in your role, which is a great one, it demoralizes the good cops out there, which are, by and large, the enormous number of them here and in Portland, where they have to stand down to the most basic duty, assist officer. Nothing is more paramount than that, whatever. Suppose it's somebody you don't like or somebody you think, is this, that, or the other is a cop. It doesn't matter. You respond to that. That's the most basic thing. Absolutely. Look, that's what we're here for. And look, we're law enforcement for the last 4 or 5 years has really taken it on a chin. We went from public servants to public enemies overnight because of an incident that happened on the streets of Minneapolis where we all got painted with this broad brush. And we talked about police reform and the need to be able to do things different. And tell you where we went wrong. Where we went wrong is we excluded the voice of law enforcement officers in finding solutions on how to improve the criminal justice system. That's exactly what happened. And we saw how this all eroded. We went to the defunding law enforcement, to taking away the powers of law enforcement officers. And what we did is we empowered criminals. And one thing I can tell you, anybody that spent more than a minute on a street in law enforcement will tell you that when you take violent criminals off the streets, you affect crime. When you put them back on the street, crime continues. They have no appreciation for laws. All they are is criminals. They're thugs, and they're going to continue to be until we separate them from the people that we've sworn to protect. And we're not doing that. I wanted to ask you, President, about qualified immunity. In the Trump years, I don't think you're going to hear as much. When you mentioned defund, that was one part. But people failing to realize why police need qualified immunity. Otherwise, they'd be sued for every action by hundreds of people around the clock. And it's a big misconception of what qualified immunity is. Right. And some belief that gives law enforcement officers a free rein to do whatever they want. Yet we know that in prisons across the country, we do have police officers that cross the line and they're in prison. So if that's the case and law enforcement officers that do whatever they want, how is it how do you reconcile those two? The reality is qualified immunity is that when a person has used they use the training and the judgment they had based off the laws that they're enforcing, and they're doing it in a way that is practical, then there's an expectation that there's going to be some protections for them. Now, let me give you an example. This is the best way I can give it for somebody in a private sector. We have rules in order to create safe working environments.
And so if you're working for any company and you see something that's unsafe, you have a right to be able to say that you don't want it. Well, a law enforcement officer doesn't have the right to say, hey, you just dispatched me to the shooting call. And I can, from my experience, I can tell you that there's probably a high probability that I'm going to have to be involved in a use of force. And in doing so could be hazardous to myself, my family, so forth. And I refuse to go on a call. No, we can't do that. We have to respond to those. So if you expect law enforcement officers to step up in some of the most difficult situations to provide services to others, recognize that, that this is a very fluid thing. And law enforcement officers need some protections to know that when they're hired to do a job and they're doing the job the way they were taught, trained to do, and they do it within the scope of the law, then there is a protection for them for doing that. And that's what qualified immunity is. And it doesn't just apply to law enforcement officers. It applies to public officials. It applies to judges. It applies to prosecutors and all. But you want to strip away from law enforcement officers somehow thinking you're going to make community safer.
Talking with Patrick Yost, National President of the FOP. President, what's the big issue going forward now that you're engaged in? Is there something in Congress? Is it at the state level? What is it that you're trying to work on right now?
There are a couple of things. One of them, this is one that really baffles me, and that is that we have an epidemic in this country. If you look back just in the last 3 years, the amount of law enforcement officers that have been shot in the line of duty, it's well over 1,000 law enforcement officers.
Wow.
It runs up to about 350 officers shot every year across this country. If that was happening in any other profession, Congress would be stepping up saying we need to do something. There's a bill in Congress called the Protect and Serve Act, recognizing that if someone is going to create violence or commit violence against a public employee, a public servant, a police officer, what respect do you think they have for their own community? So give some protections to law enforcement officers. Recognize that when they are out there protecting the communities, that they're respected for it, they're recognized, and also that there's some consequences associated with it. And Congress has a bill that they came pretty close to passing years ago, and now we can't seem to get any movement on it. And in fact, I could show you empirical data to show that law enforcement officers are being targeted simply because of the color of their uniform and the job that they do. Yet Congress, they read the headlines, they hear the stories, yet they do nothing. And it's time for Congress to pass the Protect and Serve Act. It's time to put some penalties on this violence.
And to that point, the ICE agents wearing, disguising their identity a bit, because we have people in Chicago, this guy, the Latin Kings gang, vis-a-vis the cartels, $10,000 if you'll kill the head of the Border Patrol.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have targets on our back simply because we've chosen a path of public service. And God save, God bless those who pin on a badge every single day and go out in the communities and make a difference. And it's not an easy job, and it's certainly a thankless job at times. I will tell you, I need to put it in perspective, though. It really is a tale of two cities. You can look across this country and you'll find cities that are thriving. They're thriving because everyone's working together towards a common goal, and that is improving the quality of life of the people they serve. And then there are other cities that are based strictly on political ideologies. And it baffles my mind how they do not recognize that there's blood in the streets from the actions or the lack of actions that they're doing. It's time to focus on what's truly important. Why were we put here? We were put here in a government position to provide safety and security to the people we serve, and we're not doing so. And it starts with protecting law enforcement officers who are brave enough to pin on a badge every day and do this job.
Absolutely. Where do we find your website, National President of the FOP? Where do we go, Patrick?
FOP.net. www.fop.net, and you'll find all the legislative programs and all of the efforts that we do for our members, 382,000 members across the country and big and small communities all across this great land.
Well, thank you. Thanks for what you're doing to protect those who protect us. It is a very, very thin blue line. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Patrick Yost, National President of the FOP, on the Chicago thing. They're obviously lying about it, and we'll continue on. And again, you can hear the dispatcher like, what the hell are we doing here? Then trying to blame ICE, that 27 cops, I think they said, were impacted, sickened by tear gas. So that says that we were there. Now, they may have been in the general vicinity, but they weren't responding to bail them out. So what you're going to have, ICE is going to have to ratchet up the force level if they get into situations like that. We don't want them firing on people. What else are they supposed to do when cars are ramming them? They are being surrounded. And we have ice-free zones now. It comes back to the same thing squared here. That's the point he was making. With ice, it's even worse than what the average cop might face. Well, it's a tie in some cities. All right, we got a great side question going today with the return to Wildwood, North Wildwood this time. It's just such a great locale to do this in. And if this rally comes off in the way that I think it will for Jack Chitterelli, that's going to be a spark. There's going to be more national attention on this, more volunteers we're hearing from Mike Donahue, just more energy, more enthusiasm, spilling over into early voting, which will then send a signal this is going to be a race to the very end. And turnout will be the determinant here. And the pork roll thing with Mikey Sherrill, just gets into the whole Jersey thing. And if you're not from Jersey, how difficult it is to understand the culture and being a governor, I think. It's, there might be some places where you don't have to be from, I'm not sure. It's like Philadelphia. It's the same kind of thing. If you're not from here, very difficult. All right. Also coming up, I'll read you John Rich's tweet about Zach Bryan and what we played you about the whole thing around ICE is going to bust down your door. Sad to report the fading of the red, white, and blue. All right. Is he really going to continue down this road? Is that what country music would? And he attacks cops in it. We played you and we had to bleep what he said about cops. I think he was arrested, wasn't he, Henry? I think there was something.
Yeah.
I think I read that in this one report here. So he goes after cops. Is that an audience for country music? Wow, let's go and get that. I hate cops too. That would not be the genre that I think there's widespread approval of that. But he is huge in that field. So were the Dixie Chicks, though. All right, are we seeing another moment here with this? And again, the ICE thing seems to be really out of left field. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. Let's talk about Dr. Bentz for a moment. And I want to tell you, he's my friend. He's a great board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. And we've been telling you through September, the exciting news at the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and Dr. Cooley Bentz are thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Now, Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments for the most complex dental challenges. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, really happy with what he and his team have done for me and my oral health. I kind of cataloged that for you over the years. You can get that same great dental care. You talk about the family business. I mean, this speaks well. They live dentistry. And that's why other dentists have a more complex case in the area. They say, go to Dr. Bentz. You can also get the smile that you've always wanted. All that you have to do is call and schedule that appointment now. Get that initial look-see, that initial evaluation. Talk to Dr. Bentz, and you'll see the Bentz difference. It's 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. Or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com, or make the call now. Rhonda and everybody else there, Shelby, say hello to them. Get that initial appointment, 610-272-6949. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. What a day. The big rally October 10th in Wildwood for Jack Chitterelli, but just as good, the pregame show at Mulligan's, the Summer White House, noon until 3. Big guests, maybe some gravy thrown in. Join me this Friday, October 10th, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood at Mulligan's.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Get into great lease offers now at Pessard Chevrolet. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, $399 a month for 24 months with zero down. The new Chevy Trax LT, $249 a month for 39 months. Or buy the 2024 Chevy 1500 Crew Cab Z71, $43,999. 11 grand off. Only at Pessard Chevrolet of Philadelphia. Call 267-343-9094 for details or online at PessardChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Great side question today coming off the big event in Wildwood. By the way, if you're unable to attend, Kirk will be handling the controls. You'll be able to stream. I think Mike of Wake Up New Jersey streams it, and I think Surge Philly will be doing something like that. Frank Scales will be there.
Lots of
cameras. So I expect a whole range there.
Be like a movie set.
A movie set is what this will be like. And then the moment of truth, the breakfast sandwich, the vote. Are we going to find anybody? Is there anybody out there that says tail or ham? You know, Mikey Sherrill, there are things you can do in Jersey and all, but the stock market comment she made with Charlemagne, that radio interview, and then the, making the $7 million, and then the cheating scandal, not diffusing that fully. I think the next debate, am I right? Is it tonight? But we'll have more sound of that tomorrow. And again, she's just nothing there that thrills people is a large part of it. She's coasting in on the fact that it's still a blue state. This would be quite a shot. All right, Chris in Malvern. Chris on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Chris.
I went online and I found this site, Bleacher Report, 50 Greatest Sports Comebacks. And I'm looking at it as a heavenly sign, because number one was Henry's, the 92 Oilers-Bills matchup.
Right.
But buried at 49 was 1990 regular season Phillies-Dodgers. Phillies, ninth inning, bottom of the order, down 8-0. Comebacks, 9 straight runs, win the game. Hooah! Philly's gonna be back on the list.
All right, so yeah, I see where you're going. They're headed to LA, but nothing can. So we have them right where we want them, right?
Yep, they're coming back on Saturday. Everybody.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Pressure's off.
All right, the pressure's off. Well, the old thing you used to say is that law of averages, you win this game in a basketball series usually, and then you come back home, so it's home court advantage, and then Game 7, anything could happen.
Yeah.
That's the way
we got to hope for that.
Yeah, that's the way you have to look at it. Play it in your mind and say that it is possible. I think it's been done 10 times. Not sure if it was on the home field advantage, though. And Nick Castellanos, oh, my God, saying maybe it's not a home field advantage, essentially. Maybe we're under tremendous pressure because of how passionate fans are.
I would say, as someone who was there last night,
yes,
there was a tremendous amount of tension and pressure in that stadium.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons for that. And then when you continue to play the whole thing they do for the reliever when you're down by 3 runs, knowledgeable fans are not going to like that.
There were boos, and then, kind of quiet. But then there was no energy for it. Like, it was boos into just quiet. It was
even when he was pitching, I didn't think there was any energy.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, that's a bad sign. Okay, coming up, more of your calls. You can get it. The debate is tomorrow night. All right. Again, the story today, I think, that is just driving everything, is this guy in Virginia, this AG in Virginia, that Democrats will not renounce, will not tell him, hey, you got to step aside. Pam Bondi duking it out with Dick Blumenthal, Da Nang Dick, remember that? The senator from, Henry, if you can find it, it's on Grabian, I think. I was surprised she went there. It was like, yeah, Pam, go there. They were, trying to do anything before the Senate testimony, and she went after him, I believe, on the military service part. And that's, in the Senate, you're not allowed to do that. All right, so we're cooking today with great stuff. You heard the head of the FOP. That was brilliant stuff, calling out what's going on in Chicago. There's nothing lower than a police department that will not honor assist officer. That's just against everything a cop would stand for. You know what that means. You know what that would result in. Yeah, that's what they're doing in Chicago. And Portland, for my money, is a lot worse than Chicago. 855-839-1210.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Becker's,
Marilyn Becker's, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Crash-proof retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With Crash-Proof, your interest is credited, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
There is a proven path to market-like returns without any of the risk. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection sales event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For every car sold during October, a donation will be made to Virtua's breast cancer patient and early detection programs. Stop in, see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, it is Dom time, and, the usual, but this was more heated than usual. Pam Bondi testifying before the Senate today. A lot of Epstein stuff came up, and several, I think, were accusing her of lying. One of them, Dick Blumenthal, the senator, longtime senator from Connecticut, Vietnam War veteran, that's a stolen valor issue that he's been caught up in for X number of years. But usually in these back and forth, you don't go to the big elephant in the room when you're calling someone a liar. Here's how it sounded with Attorney General Pam Bondi.
I do have a question. In the merger that took place,
which merger? You've listed many.
Involving American Express GBT. I understand that Brian Ballard, longtime backer and head of the law firm where you worked, was instrumental in lobbying the Justice Department to drop that lawsuit. It was dismissed, so it's not subject to a court review. What conversation did you have with Mr. Ballard?
Senator Blumenthal, I cannot believe that you would accuse me of impropriety when you lied about your military service.
I am
you
not
lied.
asking
You admitted you lied to be
accusing
elected a U.S. senator. You lied. How dare you? I'm a career prosecutor. Don't you ever challenge my integrity. I have abided by every ethics standard. Do not question my ability to be fair and impartial as Attorney General, and anything with my former firm, Ballard Partners.
Thank you.
Wow. I think Blumenthal backed away there pretty effectively. Look, it's the elephant in the room. Every time he goes there, stolen valor is probably the number one thing that you're not easily going to get away with it. People will not bring it up again and again and again. And he loudly, I think I'd have to go back and see the exact magnitude of it, but it's pretty clear, and that's why ultimately he didn't continue to pursue it. All right, 855-839-1210. One quick thing, just get ahead of the news a little bit. Daily Caller has an exclusive. The Chinese government Tide Network is training people here illegally to drive big rigs. Maybe they can drive them on the Jersey Turnpike, which the allies of the Communist Chinese have taken over now. And going to see all of our, for God knows what reason, easy pass information, etc. Here's the tell on this trucking company. It's the nugget of the day. Out of all the stuff I've seen today, I underlined this. They have a 100% passing rate, meaning 100% of the people that go through the trucking school training pass. 100%.
Huh.
What are the odds? I mean, I need to hear from a few truckers here. I have only driven.
Be that easy.
Yes, exactly. I've only driven a bus in a big parking lot with nothing else around. We were going to go to a bus tour, and the guy said, would you like to see what it's like to drive a bus? I said, what can I hit? And they just were the overhead lights out there and stanchions, you know? So we got in the middle of something. Oh, my. I've driven a 32-foot RV on that cross-country trip. That wasn't fun in the middle of the night. But driving some of the vehicles, some of the trucks on the road, my goodness. I don't see 100% passing rate. I never see them come on TV, drive for a living, 100% passing rate.
Yeah, think about how many drivers you see on the road every day, and you go, that guy's bad, this guy's an idiot.
Exactly, right.
They're not, not everyone's passing the driving
100
test.
right there, bring them in, right there, 100%. The Chinese, yeah, why not 100%? And most happen to be Chinese immigrants here illegally. They will stop at nothing. They are the existential threat. But 100, wouldn't you fail a few people to have it on your record? Tell them, all right, come back, just so it doesn't look 100%. Philadelphia public schools, why not just graduate everyone? Give them all A's? Well,
that is high school now.
They're pretty close to it. Yeah, they are getting pretty close to it. All right, it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. We'll have Dom's Money Melody shortly here. And also coming up, Democrats now are spending a lot of money on this, that they have found a path to flipping the crime debate, meaning they have figured out a way, and you can probably guess where they're going to go, but I'll tell you in a moment, to turn the tables based on their polling. They say that Trump and Republicans will not own the crime issue. What kind of Alice in Wonderland world are we going to, how in the world would Democrats ever, other than in maybe, Portland or something, how are they ever going to own the crime issue? They want to let people out of jail. They don't want to prosecute them. They want to elect the Larry Krasners of the world. What's the magic potion? I'll tell you in a moment. Let me go to Robert in Ben Salem, though, on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, welcome in.
Hey, Dom Henry, it's good to talk to you today, and I'm going to go right to the answer, which I've changed. I had a sports one, okay, but I'm thinking of something that's historic and took over 1,000 years, Dom. Did you see the movie Troy?
Yes, of course. Yep.
Okay. At the end of the movie, when Orlando Bloom's character, Paris, gives a sword to this young man and says that as long as a Trojan holds this sword, Troy has a future. And he told this young man to take the survivors away from Troy. Okay? Now, we know that Homer wrote the Iliad about the war, and he wrote the Odyssey about Odysseus' trip home. A lot of people don't know that a Roman author named Virgil wrote about that young man's travels, and he called it the Aeneid. Okay? That was the third installment of the Trojan War. Well, it's said that the survivors of Troy wandered throughout the Mediterranean for a little while, but wound up on the western end of Italy. In fact, many Roman historians believed that the Trojans that arrived there didn't defeat but coalesced the descendants of the Etruscans that were native to Italy and went on to form Rome, which 1,000 years later went back and absolutely conquered Greece. What do you think, Dom?
That's a pretty good one. That is a great comeback. When did the Trojans come up with the condom companies?
Well, that was they were running out of money for their armies, Don.
Okay.
You got to cut them some slack on that, okay?
All right, that's a great one,
you guys
Robert,
have a
as
great
usual.
day.
That's a great one, as usual, as always. All right. So how do Democrats see a path to flipping the crime debate? Well, new polling, and they're spending a lot of money on this, they say Democrats have to go hard on every kind of gun control imaginable. Well, wait a minute. Isn't that what they've always been doing as a recipe around it? Well, the people that put this together at Politico, they say new polling gives them a roadmap to neutralizing the biggest Republican advantage, which would be crime. And guess how that advantage Republicans have gets doubled or quadrupled? Illegal immigration. The two things go together. People want to feel safe. They want this to be the priority. And that's why they support the National Guard. That's why they support these activities that Trump's engaged in. I mean, to me, the biggest one I'm looking at is to put down Portland for years, having to see this play out. It's ridiculous. But more gun control, and more gun control of saying that Republicans do not want to stop gun trafficking, et cetera. So the lesson to Republicans is emphasize that, have more bust around that, or just amplify it. They're not going to take this issue away. People have seen again and again and again, their priority is not to protect them. Is Larry Krasner protecting people? The answer is no. There are other motivations that people have. We've been through it to vote for Krasner. But more gun control, that will be the ticket. They claim in swing states, et cetera, they're not doing enough on that. How much more can they say on that when there's a debate? Like if Mikey Sherrill and Jack Cettarelli tomorrow night at 7 o'clock get into it in the debate, the issue of crime, you know that's where she's going to go. And she's going to say, we're going to spend more money on something, maybe, and Republicans won't. She's not going to talk about death penalty, putting people in jail longer, stopping recidivism, judges, getting rid of judges that won't do any of these. She's never going to go to that path. And that's exactly what people want, exactly what we're seeing play out. More gun control, and they're spending millions of dollars on this polling. And the secret sauce is supposed to be gun trafficking. That's what the public wants to hear. Ghost guns, things of that nature. Republicans, they say, if you really hit that, and they're talking big money, then Republicans' advantage would be slight, if any, on crime. Not buying that? That's just the type of thing that gets you beaten. You can't look at your own weak spot and realize you have to move more toward the middle. They can't. That's not their constituency. Criminals are their constituency. In many places, Krasner's the best example of this. Mondami, defund the police. That's what they believe in deep down. They can't hide it. All right, right now, though, it is time for our daily look at...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, this is one of my favorite prizes, too. It is a $50 Metro Diner gift certificate. Goes a long way at Metro Diner. Visit metrodiner.com to place your order today.
Yeah, Dom, so today on the side, we are asking for that all-time kind of sequel, comeback, if you will. Everyone loves a comeback story, right? Did you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely.
What about even the comeback story of your favorite artist, Cher? Is that
yes,
one you enjoy?
Yes.
I mean, obviously a big star with Sonny and Cher, went into acting and TV a little bit, returned in the 80s with a bit of mild success, and it wasn't until the late 90s with Believe and the auto-tune era that she really made another big comeback. So I'm going to play you some Cher here today. Sorry to the listeners if you don't like Cher. I'm going to play I Got You, Babe. But the thing is, Cher is not alone in this rendition of I Got You, Babe. No.
Okay.
She is singing with two other people that actually made a comeback themselves. They were big in the 90s on a very famous TV show, and they got rebooted back in 2022.
Okay.
So I want this duo that is singing I Got You, Babe with Cher. All right, let's take a listen here.
Oh, my God. Be merciful. Right out of the box, kind of difficult.
All
right, so we're looking for one of the other singers.
Yeah.
Okay,
We want both of them.
Oh,
They're
both?
a duo.
Oh, okay,
They're a duo.
They're a duo.
They're a famous TV duo from the 90s that got their show rebooted just a few years ago.
All right, never in film.
They might have had a film.
Okay, because I wanted to say it's not Val Kilmer.
No,
right? Okay.
no, it's not Val Kilmer.
Because Cher said that's the only guy who ever walked out on her. She walked out on every other guy. You know that Cher, where some of this came from, was on my show days before the Bush-Gore election. Or was it the Bush-Kerry? Wait a minute. It may have been Bush-Kerry. And I asked her where she was calling from to make a pitch for the little guy, for the poor. She actually said, my Malibu estate. Can't write this stuff. You can't write this stuff. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you're off to the Metro Diner. Got a lot more up until 3 o'clock with Dom, Henry, and Andrew on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Jerry, can you hear me?
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
If Larry Krasner accepts your invitation to come out and debate, I will donate $500 to Larry Krasner's charity of choice.
Wow.
We will donate $100 to Larry Krasner's charity of choice if he comes out to debate us.
And I feel very confident in giving up $500 that I can't afford to because I know he won't show up. We should have people in this city with bigger platforms that are challenging this guy. It shouldn't just be Frank or Talk Radio 1210.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
It's time to fall into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. There's still time to enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola. Tailgating and watching the birds. It doesn't get any better. So stop by your local fine wine and good spirits and grab yourself a 4-pack of Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. You can also sample some new flavors in a variety 6-pack as well. All available at your local fine wine and good spirits. And all ready to drink in a can. Jack and Coke. Born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey Specialty. 7% ABV. Jack Daniels Distillery. Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed
paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. Let's hear the clue. You got Cher and you got a duo. We're looking for the duo here. Comeback, all three of them.
I don't know, Dom. I think these two might have more iconic voices than Cher.
I don't. Maybe bad. I think her voice is iconic. I mean, I'm not advocating everything with
Right.
Cher, but let's go to Jerry in Wilmington. All right, Jerry, who's the duo?
Hi, Dom, guys. Is it Beavis and Butthead?
Oh my God! Yeah. How did they pull that off? That's really good. I'll put you on hold, Jerry.
Yeah, they have a whole music video here with Cher, I guess, for one of their episodes of their show.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, Cher was a good sport and recorded this with them.
Wow. See, Dan should stop all the Cher hate that goes on here. Okay. Absolutely. I mean, the woman came on one night in one. This is before, I guess it's 2000. Yeah, it was 2004. I had on Terry McAuliffe, I think, led off. He was the DNC chief. Big name then, the Clintons. I had Karl Rove, who, of course, was the biggest Trump person. And this was a very tight election. I had Donald Rumsfeld, more on him in a second, the Secretary of Defense, and I had Cher. Secretary of Defense, we get calls from around the country. I'm telling the producer, destroy that tape. Yeah, but the FCC... Because I'm thinking, what the heck did he say? I didn't see anything remarkable. Here he hadn't spoken to anybody in the media for 6 months.
Yeah.
And he came on my show.
Wow.
5 days before the election. So it was like, yeah, and people were running it. Dom Giordano's show with a radio thing going around in Tulsa and stuff like
It's
that.
on every chyron across the
yeah,
country.
it was. And that's you're not going to top that hour ever, I think, particularly with Cher on there. And Richard Dreyfuss came on the next night saying, London calling.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I had a real good connection with the Democrat at the DNC, and they were providing them. It was pretty incredible. All right, Jerry is the winner. Now, we mentioned early on, I'm going to play it in a moment, but here's the response, and I think it's a pretty thoughtful response to Zach Bryan, who is out there now defying the laws of country music. We'll see. John Rich says Zach Bryan has every right to record a song bashing law enforcement, which he does, and part of it we can't even play. And fans have every right to keep supporting his career or not. Capitalism isn't cancellation. Who knows? Maybe there's a large anti-law enforcement wing of the country music fan base. We'll soon find out. So if this song, and he plays homage to Springsteen in it too, if this song is his usual stuff, he's one of the top 5 sellers as far as, give or take, I think, Henry, right? You've seen him. I mean,
Totally.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
he's huge.
If they just go along with this and they're singing it, and the thing that to me, and I know country music, he's talking about his wife or former wife, and he got out of this, and then suddenly he pivots into ICE busting down your door. So our country music people, that's right, we're tired of ICE. And we like Bruce Springsteen. And these cops are blank arrogant in front of that. All right? All right, here is Zach Bryan. Here's the thing now that's starting already. Does this tell us even country music? Well, I do think there's a bit of a cultural battle going on in country music. Here's what he sounds. Maybe even then, the fading of the red, white, and blue with a country music audience. I mean, is it just the rhythm? They'll buy it. It's Zach Bryan or whatever. So, Henry, as I understand it, is it that the wife is here illegally?
That
Bust down your door?
the way you were framing this song and then the way I listened to it this time, it kind of would seem like that.
Yeah. So he wants to be back with her. I got a telephone. The kids are scared. This is preposterous, the situation he's setting up in ICE. But then he goes after the cops in general. Look, I said all the time during the NFL and taking the knee, they're not disparaging the military. Yeah, I know not a good thing, the national anthem and all that. It was about one thing that I stood for and pointed out with that. The cops, and I'm sick and tired of it. I am sick and tired of it. I don't know this guy's work overwhelmingly. I just know he's big. He's allied with Bruce Springsteen. It's kind of his muse, his mentor here. And he has the nerve to say at the end, because of this, because of the cops, and because of ICE busting down your door, he's sad to tell you the fading of the red, white, and blue. Maybe people don't pay any attention to the lyrics. Maybe they like the rhythm of this. Maybe they love him, and they just would sing it. But John Rich is right. No cancel. We're going to see, does this sell like it ordinarily would? I don't know. I don't know if this is a whole, just one song he's putting out now. I'm not sure.
I think it's part of a new album he's putting together, but I think it's just specific to this one song.
We don't know. I know this guy is more one of it better to handle liberal, the wing of country music than not, maybe. But is there a line here with country music where it's the cops line more than ICE? I don't know if they care about ICE or not, but the cops line?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be in the fading of the red, white, and blue. Oh,
I can see that playing.
Yeah.
And anytime you bring up the Stars and Stripes, I feel like that's country that hits home.
Right.
No matter what it is.
But he's attacking it. It's fading because of this. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right, Henry, you're still going to sign up for a concert, I can tell. The guy's good in person. I get it.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to see where this came from all along. And the ICE part of it seems to be the thing that generated this. So I don't know his background. Is he really married to somebody who's illegal or something like that? I mean, there's something, or he knows somebody, there's something like that. And the broader point is this. By any metric that I can find, including polling, it's a relatively close call. It's probably in the mid-50s. We're looking at a poll out today that people approve of the Trump program to remove people that are here illegally. Those with criminal records of any sort, among Republicans, about 87 to 90% routinely in polls. Even Democrats, it's well over 50%. So have we seen anything here? I would put it this way. Given what can happen when you're trying to remove this number of people, given what Democrats are doing in the big cities to attack ICE, to threaten them. We got the one guy, and I think they let him out of jail, the Latin Kings guy in Chicago, offering $10,000 to kill the head of the Border Patrol. Yeah, not just some average cop thing. No, the head of the Border Patrol. You get him, we'll give you $10,000. So given everything, is this wildly unpopular? And I would say no. And one test is going to be Friday, Jack Ciattarelli, order number 1, executive order. First, out of all the things in Jersey to change, Jersey will no longer be a sanctuary state by executive order. That's his argument in this campaign. Now, he's in a state with very blue, at least on paper, that's changing. Why go with that? Because it's a winner. Because it's the right thing and it's the winner. So it's country music. Does this guy know something I don't? Going to embrace this of all genres, country music, going to embrace this. And as a bonus, talking about arrogant blank blank cops. Yeah, that's right. We don't like the cops now. I mean, is there any group, by and large, or is that a stereotype? Has that changed? Where country music is not as pro-cop and as pro what's being done with illegal immigration? We'll see. The song's not out yet, right? This is just a tease. I don't even know if it's released yet or not. To see if country music, and you can argue, well, look, NFL, biggest platform in the world. What? Bad Bunny. Country music. Based upon a lot of metrics, this guy's one of the top 2 or 3 stars in country music. And he's gone down this path. Does that tell us anything? Well, the metrics that I see, the polling, etc., does not indicate that. I'm not saying that it's not relatively close on just deporting people and the self-deportation of people that's going on. Jack Ciattarelli is banking on that. Job 1, executive order. I think you'll hear him say that on Friday at the rally, maybe on Rich's show, maybe on mine. You might call in when we're at Mulligan's. I'm going to ask him. Now, Zach Bryan says, hey, maybe go easy on that. Mikey Sherrill's got it right. We want to be a sanctuary state. No, even in Jersey, he's got a good political sense. This is a driver. This is the type of thing that infuriates people. It's up there when the economy is seen as not quite up to par. Maybe it's only number 2, but a lot of times it's right up there vying, along with crime. They're mixed together. All right, we got a lot of people that want to get in on this comeback/sequel, like we're going to see on Friday with the big rally over on the boardwalk in North Wildwood. 855-839-1210. Hey, got something that I always love doing coming up. First, let me remind you, Diane Cordano-Casaccio, my great friend, says that most home sellers are being lied to by people they trust, and it's costing them a fortune. Diane says she sold thousands of homes and has identified the 10 biggest myths that aren't just bad advice. They'll drain $50,000, $75,000, even $100,000 from your bottom line. That's why she's hosting a free breakfast seminar for home sellers Saturday, October 18th at 9 a.m. Join me and Diane in Fort Washington. She'll reveal the truth about pricing, staging, photography, and the biggest mistake that forces homes to stay on the market for month after month, losing you thousands. All attendees get a free copy of Diane's newest book, Model Home Mindset. So if you're planning on selling your home, and by that she means, it doesn't have to be tomorrow, 6 months, could be a year, this is the place to go. Don't risk money being left on the table. Join Diane and me October 18th. RSVP now. It's simple. Call 215-576-8666 or online 215-576-8666.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade. At KiaofCherryHill.com, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's KiaofCherryHill.com.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
We have one more day with high temperatures, a good 10 degrees above average. It'll be partly sunny today with a high of around 82. For tonight, clouds increase with some showers arriving late tonight, low 65. And for Wednesday, morning showers and some sunshine for the afternoon. It'll be breezy and cooler with a high 74.
MNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Well, I love the Atlantic City song, but I think the band's version of it, sorry, is superior. But I love the opening of, So, no lines in there, and blank the cops!
I don't think they threw that into this
City.
one.
Those cops suck in Atlantic City. Let's see. We'll monitor this to see. I'm not sure if we're underway yet and the sales of this and how they go with Zach Bryan, but wow. Country music is not an area where you hear lyrics like this ordinarily from a major, major star, but then there's the NFL. Maybe he can play the NFL Super Bowl also.
All right, that'd be good.
I have, then I'm coming to the calls. We get a lot of people in here. Mondami's, and people see what the game is. On the second anniversary of the savagery, unparalleled savagery, I would say, of October 7th, Mondami, who I think will be the mayor of New York, issues a statement, and when you see this in print in front of you, you can see how formulaic his acknowledgement of what happened on that day was. Then he pivots, and then the real passion comes out of how he sees October 7th. So he says, 2 years ago today, Hamas carried out an horrific war crime, killing more than 1,100 Israelis, kidnapping 250 more. I mourn those lives, pray for the safe return of every hostage held, every family whose lives torn apart. Then he says, but in the aftermath of that day, Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli government launched a genocidal war. Do you hear any language up there specific about what they did, Mondami, about what these animals did to people on October 7th? Yeah, killing is still killing, but the rape, the torture, the unparalleled demonic dimension of this, celebrating this even today, a death toll that now exceeds 67,000. We might ask him where he got that figure, probably a Hamas figure. They can say anything. With the Israeli military bombing homes, hospitals, schools in the rubble, every day in Gaza has become a place where grief itself has run out of language. I mourn these lives. Pray for the families that have been shuttered. This guy can't even hide it on the day, and several people on Twitter commenting in the way that I did. The language, he can't just come out and fully say what he feels here. You can only do that if you're a teacher in the Philadelphia schools and you were at a rally for Hamas today in our area, and you head up the social studies department. You can endorse that. Philadelphia schools can get away with that. They are shameless and incompetent. Let's go to Gary in Newtown. Gary's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Tom. How are you? Fantastic
Good.
show again today.
Well, thank you, Gary.
I'm gonna go directly, since I got Robert from Ben Salo's blessing, because he said I'm gonna pass on going with something sports.
Okay.
I called him, and I got the blessing to use this one. And it is by far the best Super Bowl comeback. It's actually written that way, but it's the best Super Bowl I've ever watched in my life, with exception to 52, and that would be 51, which is when Tom Brady had the comeback of all comebacks to beat the Atlanta Falcons in I think it was like the third and fourth quarter, but actually halfway through the third quarter when he turned it on.
Well, exactly, and he had willing, complicit partners in that, the incompetency of the Atlanta Falcons to know what was going to happen, and he had Edelman. That's the guy I'd like to throw to. That guy would catch everything I throw.
Oh, my
that
God.
catch that guy made was
that
beyond
bobble
belief.
catch. I just got chills when you guys mentioned it to me, and I'm literally sitting here with chills all over my body.
Thank you, Gary. That is a great one. Julian Edelman, he got banged up, man. That guy got hit a lot. That's a guy you want to be throwing to.
Absolutely.
If you're intrigued, it's a guy that you say, I wouldn't throw 50-50 balls up for him necessarily. He's not big enough. But somebody you're going to go, we need this, or we're going to lose.
We need 5 yards right now. We need a slam.
Yeah, exactly, right. That's a guy. You can throw it almost anywhere. Somehow or another, he's going to come down with it. Yeah. The Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Earl. So what are you wearing on Friday? Football jersey?
No, I'm probably not allowed to. I'm going to be wearing my Mulligans jersey because all of my jerseys are Dallas jerseys because they have my name on them. Number 22, E. Smith.
Oh, my God. I don't know who we're going to kick out first, the Dallas jersey wearer or the Taylor Ham person that comes in there.
Are you a Taylor Ham person, Earl?
Are you a Taylor Ham person?
That's pork roll.
Okay,
Right,
good.
good.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
got that.
Got that much.
Yeah,
Well, no, I had to wait decades to
Yeah.
get my name on a jersey. And like I said, it says E. Smith. So that's
right.
what all those available in 1989.
All right. So what's your side today?
Real quick, don't forget, Beyonce is a country music star. So that may be part of why country is doing what it's doing.
Yeah, but when she goes into country music, I don't see her taking the edge, the anti-cop stuff that she had in pop. I haven't heard it, but I don't see her doing that.
Well, I don't follow country music and don't very much care.
This guy is blatantly attacking the cops and ICE busting down your door and the fading of the red, white, and blue. Nice work by Mr. Springsteen here.
Friend of Bruce always happens.
Yeah.
Now, normally I don't go with a sports answer. I usually go with a Paul Harvey answer, but in this case I'm going to go with a Paul Harvey sports answer. Do you ever wonder why, when you're watching any sports event like a football game, they always run it to completion, and then they say, we're now going to continue with our regularly scheduled program already in progress?
Right.
That dates back to November 17th, 1968, the Heidi Bowl. Yeah. NBC was running an AFL game between the New York Jets and the Oakland Raiders. And if you think Dallas and Philadelphia hate each other, the Jets and the Raiders despised each other. It was supposed to be a 2.5-hour game, ran for over 3 hours. NBC decided, we're going to stop the game and go right to the movie. And within the last 2 minutes, because the Jets were winning, within the last 2 minutes, the Raiders scored 2 touchdowns and beat the Jets. The phones blew up so bad at NBC headquarters, they blew out the fuses at the phone center 19 times at headquarters. And from that day forward, all games go to completion and aren't cut short.
Thank you, Earl. All right. I don't know about that phone stuff blowing out. That seems a little apocryphal. Could that happen?
I don't know if I witnessed if I didn't get to witness an insane comeback like that last night, or that night, I'd be upset.
Technically
like
possible.
what if the Phillies had come back and won last night in the 9th inning and they turned it off for some sort of TBS movie?
NCIS Portland. Yes.
Yeah, they need to show We're the Millers for the 18th millionth time, so they cut away.
Yeah. All right. It is the lightning round next. I don't know if we have a winner yet. We've had some pretty good ones. Get on board 855-839-1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Gibbon coming back, the comeback. Second or third time, however you figure it, to Wildwood, this case North Wildwood on Friday. That's what we're looking for today. I took Napoleon off the board. I forgot to mention Nixon. Nixon's come back from the wilderness, given, Trump personality, and going against Biden. Nixon coming back, though, that was a lot more amazing to me. The guy is one of the most amazing figures in American politics. In a people business, he didn't like any of that stuff.
Not a people person.
And the awkwardness was beyond belief. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Drew, afternoon. Hi.
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Hey, Dom, during the Biden administration, the recruiting goals were far under for the armed forces. They were far under the goals.
Right.
But now with the new administration, the recruiting goals have really made a comeback. They're far exceeding what they had hoped for.
That is a great one. That is what I said when I said alcohol was my comeback with prohibition. And people said, no, come back alcohol legally. That's a similar vein. That's true. That is a real good one. Chef Dave in Oakland on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Chef. What do you have?
I have, during the Korean War, the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir. Basically, the 1st Marine Division got cut off at Chosin after doing a retreat 70 miles to the port of Hang Nung, tactical success besides retreat, became a model for fighting withdrawal, served the 1st Marine Corps Division to continue fighting in Korea, cemented the Marines' reputation as a leading fighting force, and one of the greatest comebacks in military history.
Thank you, Chef Dave. When I started talk radio, people were calling me. I didn't know too much about the Frozen Chosen. Had to be brutal. It is an all-timer. Richard in Cincinnati, Ohio. Richard, hi. What's yours?
Greetings. In 1967, then champ Muhammad Ali chose to be a conscientious objector for the Vietnam draft, and the boxing commission sanctioned him and took his title away and his license away. And then he comes back 2 years later to become champ of the world again, and should never have been thrown out in the first place.
I hear you. Thank you, Richard. I don't think we'll ever see anything. The hype, the battle of Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali. Oh my God! Yeah,
Not going to see them boxing at least.
Yes, because of the opposites. And in one interview, Howard Cosell's toupee got knocked off when they go after it. And it looked real that they hated each other. I mean, you can imagine Joe Frazier, what he's being called there. And I did events with Joe Frazier. Sadly, I mean, he had a lot of impairment from that. But Smokin' Joe and were they Frazierettes? They were called something. It was quite a musical act. Let's try Richard in Summerdale. I'm kind of partial to this one. Richards, what is yours?
I would say the comeback for Winston Churchill. He was the prime minister during the war. He was voted out, and then he was voted back in the 50s.
Well, I would say the comeback, too, was how low he had sunk, and then they made him in charge again, and he won the war. He was the figure that won the war.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Richard. Tom in Rosemont on the Soccer Watch. Hey, Tom, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. So here's a woman named Violet Jessup, Irish nurse. She served on all 3 ships that were involved in accidents. The Olympic was involved in a collision. Then she gets onto the Titanic. It sinks. Then she's a nurse on a ship called the Britannic that was a World War I hospital ship, originally supposed to be the Gigantic. That's hit a mine, and she survived that as well. She was known as Miss Unsinkable.
Yeah, but would you get on a ship with her? Man, can you imagine
Absolutely
you
not.
take a look there and see who's next to you? Thank you, Tom. Joe of Exton, on brand. I see what's coming here. Joe, what's yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My comeback story is a biblical one in which 2 men are walking the road to Damascus. One man is blind, and his assistant is his caregiver. As they are traveling the road to Damascus, they come upon a stranger by the name of Jesus. And after learning that the man is blind, Jesus places his hand over the blind man's eyes, restoring his vision and allowing him to pursue a normal lifestyle.
Thank you, Joe. Mary Ann's got to be quick and bucks. This is a good one, though. What's yours, Mary Ann?
Mine is, and by the way, long-time listener, first-time caller, Don.
Thank
Love
you,
the
Mary
show.
Ann. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and so mine is the Coca-Cola company, and specifically the drink Coca-Cola, because they've been around since the 1890s or something, and by some genius's idea, they decided to change the formula for Coke in the 80s. And so you had New Coke, and everybody hated it. No one wanted to buy it, so they had to quietly reinstate the Coke that they had for the original formula. And now they have like Coca-Cola Orange Cream, Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, and they have zebra cans and sugared Coca-Cola like the original one. And they've brought this company back out of the gutter because no one wanted that new Coke.
That's always one. It's like Budweiser, but it's a great one in this case here. All right, Andrew, you were taking all these. Which one did you like?
I like the the Marine one, the story of the Korean War.
Okay.
And Drew from Upper Darby, again, the military surpassing the military numbers of recruiting.
That's a metric.
class
We know there's a
coming
comeback
back
there. Big
I mean,
time.
I mean, you see every single time Trump makes an appearance with the military. They just did
Right.
the 250th anniversary
Right.
of the Navy. Pete Hegseth, they do speeches. They love it, and it's patriotic, and it's wonderful to see.
All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I second Drew's answer. I also like Robert and Ben Salem's of the Aeneid. I also like Earl of Taconi's answer of the Heidi Bowl. And then Tom and Rosemont there at the end with the Violet Jessup.
that was a
And
tough one.
someone I'm not getting on a boat
Yeah.
with anytime soon.
Even though he's wearing the Rangers uniform, I'll go with Andrew and you on this one. Let's put Drew of Upper Darby into the hat, and we'll have that Friday. Don't forget, Richie always next. We're all gearing up. This is going to be a place that you want to be. You'll be talking about. It's an all-day festival supporting Jack Cettarelli on to victory. I'll be at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth from maybe 11:30, 11 o'clock. I'll be there until 3. And Rich from 3 until 7 and beyond over at the Seaport in North Wildwood. All right, Richie Oley next for 4 big hours. Thanks, Andrew Henry, producing today. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. At DomShow1210, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey.